All right, guys, thanks so much for switching on over to our second stream of the day. Christy Larson here at the News Now desk with you. I do want to start the first thing that I want to bring to you here today. We have a lot of news to catch up on, things that we missed during the impeachment hearing. And the very first one is obviously a very timely one. It's talking about vaping. The state of Minnesota is actually suing Juul for deceptive and unlawful trade practices and false advertising. And this is the nation's biggest producer of electronic cigarette products. And they are accused of hooking Minnesota kids on nicotine through deceptive marketing. So today, the Attorney General and Governor both announced the lawsuit. We're going to be listening in right here on News Now.
Everybody. Good morning, everybody. My name is Keith Ellison, and I'm the Attorney General for the state of Minnesota. I'm honored to be here with the governor, with leaders in our state in health, education, and our lieutenant governor, and of course our students, our young people. My job as Attorney General is to protect Minnesotans, especially the most vulnerable like our young people. My job to protect them from deceptive, fraudulent, and unlawful practices. It's my job to protect their health and their safety. And today, I'm announcing with all of us up here that we're using the power of the Minnesota Attorney General's office to bring a lawsuit against Juul Labs on behalf of the state and the people of Minnesota. We're suing Juul because they have deceived and misled Minnesota consumers of all ages, created a public nuisance, and especially harmed our young people. Juul is by far the dominant e-cigarette manufacturer in America, and it's growing fast. In just 4 years, it's grown from being an obscure startup to being worth over $38 billion. It controls 3/4 of the e-cigarette market in America today. That's up from 1/4 of the market just 2 years ago. This is a big, profitable business, and it's profiting off of young people. Our lawsuit describes how Juul has created a public nuisance and violated the whole set of consumer protection laws in Minnesota. They've done this in a variety of ways. First, Juul developed products with higher, more potent, and more addictive doses of nicotine than conventional cigarettes and other e-cigarettes. Then, not only failed to disclose that to its customers, but represented that its products were safe alternative to cigarettes. Second, Juul developed a sleek-looking product, sweet, popular flavors that were designed to appeal to youth. And then used vast, marketed, and highly effective youth-oriented marketing techniques to lock in their customer base of young people by addicting them to their product. Juul closely followed Big Tobacco marketing playbook of decades of marketing to young people. Indeed, Juul's co-founder has stated that even before Juul launched its products, they studied Big Tobacco marketing in order to move their e-cigarette product. Third, Juul was negligent in its duty to correct its customers, correctly verify its customers' ages as required by Minnesota law, and deliberately turned a blind eye to the fact that its controls were not working and underage Minnesotans were purchasing their products. Our lawsuit asks the court to find that Juul is responsible for creating a public nuisance and for violating several state consumer protection laws, including consumer fraud, deceptive trade practices, unlawful trade practices, and false advertising. We also ask the court to order Juul to permanently stop its deceptive conduct in Minnesota, including marketing to youth, fund corrective public education campaign in Minnesota about the dangers of youth vaping, fund clinical vaping cessation programs in Minnesota, including programs appropriate for youth, disclose all its research relating to vaping and health, and take affirmative steps to prevent the sale of its products to children. We also ask the court to award monetary relief for the great harm that Juul has already caused in Minnesota, as well as civil penalties and reimbursement to the state for costs related to controlling e-cigarette use among our youth. And order Juul to disgorge all profits from its unlawful conduct. Many people are involved in this fight for our kids, and we've been seeing them on the front line for quite a long time. Let me first thank Governor Walz and Lieutenant Governor Flanagan. They have been listening to young people throughout our state. You all have gotten on the road, and I thank you for that. And I wish you'd put your hands together for that. In fact, the young people, several of you all today met with Governor Walz and Lieutenant Governor Flanagan while they were out touring, right? So that shows, you know, leading from the front, Governor. Commissioner Jan Malcolm and the Minnesota Department of Health have been studying youth vaping and warning Minnesotans about its dangers for years now. Thank you to everybody at the Minnesota Department of Health. And healthcare professionals like Dr. Ann Griffiths of Children's Minnesota have been on the front lines of diagnosing and treating some of the first cases of lung injury in youth related to vaping. I'm joining them by using the powers of my office as Attorney General to hold Juul accountable in the court of law for deceiving and defrauding young people of the state of Minnesota and harming our youth in our state. And so let me say as I close, in Minnesota, we have a special duty to take on this fight. 20 years ago, the Minnesota Attorney General's office led the nation in taking on big tobacco. As a result of that historic settlement that Attorney General Skip Humphrey won, Minnesota saw dramatic reductions in tobacco use, especially among our youth. Now, Juul has stepped in to carry on big tobacco's tradition of deceiving consumers and profiting off of it. In fact, they've taken it to a whole new level. As a result, the rise in e-cigarette use among young people in a few short years has erased the past 10 years of gains we made in fighting youth tobacco. Let me just say that again, sorry. The rise in e-cigarette use among our youth in a few short years has erased the last 10 years of gains we made in fighting youth tobacco use. Juul is carrying on a tradition of big tobacco. And we at the Minnesota Attorney General's office today are carrying on another tradition. It's our duty, and building on the legacy of great attorney generals who came before me, to step up and build on that robust consumer protection duty that we have, that Skip Humphrey and many other attorney generals have carried on for decades. It's our duty to not let the gains that we made in protecting our youth from tobacco use over the last 20 years to be stolen by a company that is profiting off of deceiving them. And it's my duty to not stand by while Juul tries to addict a whole new generation of our kids. I'm not standing by, and neither is Will Hitler, 17-year-old young man who you're going to hear from right now.
Thank you. I'm Will Gittler. I'm a senior at Hopkins High School. I have some personal experience with this. I smoked my first cigarette when I was 13. I got it from a friend, and from there it was a downward spiral of tobacco use. I tried quitting many times, and eventually vapes became popular, and it was marketed as the safe alternative. And it seemed like that to me. That's what everyone was saying. So I bought into that, and I stopped smoking cigarettes entirely and went entirely to vaping. What they didn't tell me is that the nicotine content was marginally higher. What they didn't tell me is that the 5% advertised on Juul is 59 milligrams per milliliter, which is how most vape companies advertise their nicotine content. It feels like I've been deceived, like the progress that I thought I was making wasn't progress. And anyone who's quit any tobacco product knows how incredibly difficult it is. And this was just a big backward step for me. It's been discouraging, but I'm glad to be able to be up here and feel like I'm making a difference for other people. And with that, I'd like to hand it over to Claire Herring, my classmate.
Hi, I'm Claire. I'm a junior at Hopkins High School, and like Will, I also have a personal experience with vaping. Around freshman year, I started vaping, and I had no clue what was inside of it. I had no clue what I was inhaling, pretty much. When I initially had hit my first vape, I was just told that, like, it was nothing, it was better than a cigarette, like, it's better than other drugs. Like, that's what I heard is, like, it's better than other drugs, it's better than other drugs. And I was just always told that it's an easy alternative and something easy to just give you a buzz and a chill. And that wasn't the case for me. I used for a total of probably 2 years on and off, and I was unable to quit. It was very hard for me. I mean, I did quit. I currently am. I don't use anymore, which is, yeah. But I would say, like, for me, when I was trying to quit, it was the hardest thing was I had to, like, tell my parents, because there's no help for me. Like, if I wanted to quit, you just have to go cold turkey when you're a kid. Like, you can't use Nicorette gum, you can't use patches, like, because you can't buy them. You have to be 18. So it's just it was this whole battle for me for how to figure out how to get myself help without getting myself in trouble. And I feel like that's the whole thing that we need to focus on, is that, like, this isn't something we should be punishing people for. This is something we need to be helping people about. And every single kid who's using, they have a reason they use. They use because they want to cope with something, and they use because they are stressed out and they have issues. It's not for no reason. And we also got to realize that, and we have to support youth right now in, like, how they are. And I feel that the companies like Juul and just big vaping industries, they marketed it to us, and they marketed it to people who don't have a fully developed brain and aren't fully able to make decisions. Like, if I'm not allowed to go buy my food from a grocery store, like, how are you allowing me to, like, go into a store and buy a vape? Like, I myself was able to walk into a store and buy myself my own vape. I do look a little bit older than maybe 16, but that doesn't mean I'm not questionable. Like, I'm definitely, like, if I walked in with my volleyball gear on after high school at the shop right next to my high school, it's a little weird that they didn't question. And just the fact that it was so easy for me to get it is what's concerning. In fact, that industries were allowing us to get it. They weren't doing any type of prevention to help us not obtain the items. No, they just let kids walk right in. So I think we need to leave today with focusing on mental health and focusing on supporting kids. And I'd like to give it off to Dr. Griffith.
Well done. Well done.
I'm going to pull this down. The high schoolers are taller than I am. I'm Ann Griffiths. I'm a pediatric pulmonologist at Children's Minnesota, and since this summer I've been treating children with severe lung disease associated with vaping. CDC refers to that as E-Valley. And what's been striking to me is these are good, smart kids who really felt like they were doing something that was safe. When they are healing from their lung injury, I've had teenagers tell me that because they were in the ICU and weren't able to leave until they were healthy enough to leave the hospital, that was their only chance to get off nicotine. I have kids tell me in the office that they vape because they're addicted, that they may have tried it initially out of curiosity, but that the reason they continue to vape is because of addiction. And we don't have great ways to manage that addiction, and their addiction is really strong. These are really high doses, large volumes that they inhale. The science behind vaping makes it comfortable so that when you are vaping, you don't feel as much discomfort as you do from traditional tobacco. And that also is confusing then to children because they don't feel that sort of kickback of, that hurts. They're not feeling that discomfort. And so they vape more and more and more. It's easy to hide. It's easy to do it intermittently. It's like checking social media every couple seconds. You can vape every few seconds and put it right back in your pocket and be in your bedroom, be at school, be in an office. And they're not in a good situation to try to avoid that. I'm really worried about the long-term effects, both in terms of what those products might do, but also in terms of the addiction pathway that we've created, that highway that we've made really efficient so that if they are able to stop nicotine, what happens as an adult with other recreational drugs? And are they at more risk for other addiction as a result of their vaping as teens? They're smart kids. They're frightened. They know they're addicted. Some have threatened to harm themselves if their vapes get taken away. Their parents tell me that. The kids tell me that. Our community of doctors, I would say in a very short period of time, we've had to learn a lot of language about these products that the kids know all about, but also how are we going to treat this addiction problem when things aren't approved under age 18? We're bootstrapping our treatment and our therapies based on adult treatment. And it's very worrisome, the long-term concerns. So with that, I'm going to hand that over to Commissioner Malcolm.
Thank you, Dr. Griffiths. Thank you so much to the Attorney General, Governor Walz, Lieutenant Governor Flanagan. This is another huge day for public health in Minnesota. And Attorney General, I'm so glad you can put this in the historical context for us. And I am so grateful to the students, Will, Claire, for sharing your very personal stories. All these students up here are activists in their communities, trying to change this conversation and educate their peers about what is truly a public health crisis in our nation and in our state. It's so important that in public health, we use every tool we can to confront a public health crisis like we're facing now. And the public policy tools that the governor, lieutenant governor, and we are working on and will bring to the legislature are one important set of tools. But the enforcement of the laws is the other kind of critical thing, that for public health to be able to do what it needs to do to protect the health of all Minnesotans. And we haven't even begun to talk about the disparities in what is happening, the health consequences and the use of vaping products in communities across our state that vary by race and ethnicity and geography and income. So this is also a health equity issue that's very important to us. But we can't do everything that we can do without the right public policies and without the enforcement of those laws. Isn't all just about individual choice. We know that. It's about the environment. It's about the context in which kids learn about these products, what's normal, what's not, how easy it is to get access to the products, as Will and Claire have both shared. You've heard these really powerful stories. I'm going to be really brief. I just want to remind you of some of the data. We were here just a month or so ago. Commissioner Mary Catherine Ricker and I, joined by the governor and lieutenant governor, to talk about startling results from the last Minnesota student survey. The Attorney General's already mentioned the fact that in that data we saw the complete erasure of a decade of gains in reducing youth use to historic low levels of youth use of conventional tobacco products, only to be completely replaced by this incredible upswing in youth vaping. Between 2016 and 2019, we saw rates of increase of 50, 75, 90% between the last student survey and the next student survey in terms of the number, percentage of kids at different grade points that are what we consider to be regular users of vaping, that they have vaped in the last 30 days. You've seen that data. It's on our MDH website. That convinced us that this was an epidemic that was quickly growing out of control. One factor working against us is that many students have not been aware of the health impacts, and you've already heard that from these guys. The data bear that out. 3/4 of 11th graders who are regular vapors self-report that they do not believe there's a significant health risk to what they're doing. They have bought into the presentation and the marketing of these products as harmless alternatives to cigarettes or harmless recreational products suitable for children. You've heard from Dr. Griffiths about some of the really concerning clinical aspects of the incredibly high concentration of nicotine, how quickly and deeply these kids are getting addicted, and how difficult it is for them to quit. And we know from the student survey that they want to quit. They become very aware very quickly that they are hooked. But as Dr. Griffiths has said, our cessation strategies have been geared toward adults, not kids. So appreciate what the Attorney General is doing here in terms of holding Jewel accountable for its past practices and requiring some economic contributions from Jewel to be able to address the issues that you've already heard about today. So I think with that, I'm sure that you're going to have lots of questions for the experts here, but it is my great honor to introduce our Lieutenant Governor, Peggy Flanagan, who has been a crusader for health for many years and is championing our laser-like focus on doing everything we can do to protect and enhance the lives of our children. Lieutenant Governor.
Well, good morning, everyone. As we stand here, I am really, really proud to be surrounded by our young people and wanted to say thank you for moving us to action, and specifically to Will and Claire. The visit and the conversation that we had at Hopkins moved us, and it moved us to action, and we are standing here because of you. So thank you. I'm concerned not only as a mother of a child, a 6-year-old with asthma, but as someone who has advocated for children for my entire career. We recognize the urgency of taking action to combat the increasing vaping rates in schools and among our students for the health and well-being of our children and the entire future of our state. That's why we're here today, to take action against a big company that has targeted our children in our state to make them lifelong customers. Communities across the state also understand the urgency to take action, and they have taken action by raising the legal age requirement for purchasing tobacco products to age 21, including the community where I live in St. Louis Park. But even with the increased age requirement, there have been increased concerns about vaping in our schools. The concern among parents, teachers, and students themselves is real. When we held listening sessions with our students across the state, they voiced their own concerns loud and clear because they are facing the health impacts and the serious consequences of these products. Like many other parents, I think about my own daughter and the children in our community who will be targeted by big tobacco, because the rise in e-cigarette use is big tobacco. With the rate of 8th graders using e-cigarettes doubling from 2016 to today, they need us to fight back because most 8th graders don't have lobbyists. In order to change the curve on this, it is critical that we educate ourselves, our kids, and the public about the risks associated with tobacco use. And most importantly, we must hold these companies accountable for targeting our young people, to keep them in business by ensuring that they are hooked on these products. It's not okay, and today we stand up and say no more. We are protecting our kids. That's why we're here today, to hold Jewel accountable. As leaders in state government, it is our responsibility to take action. The state of Minnesota won't stand by and let big tobacco target our children any longer. Thank you. And with that, I'll hand it over to Governor Will.
Good morning. First of all, Attorney General Ellison, thank you for manifesting in practice the oath of office that you took to protect the citizens of Minnesota, to protect the most vulnerable amongst us, and with a thoughtful, smart, and what will eventually be a historic move in curbing this epidemic. So thank you, Attorney General. And as stated, I am always proud to stand with Lieutenant Governor Flanagan, someone who has put children at the center of this administration, with the children at the center of what Minnesotans believe in, and clearly understanding that this was a target at our children. It was a target for simple greed and simple profit. They knew exactly what they were doing. They studied to know exactly what they were doing. They knew the harm they were doing, and they continued to do it for that simple reason. And to have someone who, as she said, they'll do just fine with their lobbyists of making their case. We need a champion like the Lieutenant Governor, so I'm grateful you're here. To our experts who are here, Commissioner Malcolm, Commissioner Ricker, thank you. We're working together across our agencies. The conversations that we had in Hopkins, in Faribault, in Moorhead, in Mankato, several things came out of that. First of all, we're going to be fine when these folks are in charge. This is a group of kids, and I want to give a shout out to all of the folks who are working on this. Tobacco Free Minnesota, Tobacco 21, the folks you see standing with us across the spectrum, nonprofits. There's an incredible program going on out at Minnetonka High School, led by Marty Davis and Cambria. Private enterprise, private industry who took this upon themselves, and I love their slogan out there, they lied and we know it. That's who this generation is. That's where they're at. Our experts are seeing this and telling us what's happening. And I want to be very clear what we have in Minnesota. Attorney General Ellison made it clear. 20 years ago, an attorney general stood and told the world big tobacco surrendered. Well, they didn't just surrender. They grew. They went back. That was a historic landmark. We had them. We had this generation down to the numbers that were below 5% of using tobacco use until the scourge of vaping came upon us. They knew they were losing customers. They knew that if they don't addict you at young age, it's very difficult because their customers were dying from their product and it was going out. So they brought it back. But our health experts in Minnesota, as you heard with Commissioner Malcolm and her team, they've been working at this for an awful long time. And I just want to be very clear. The recent lung injuries that are being caused, it was Minnesota's Department of Health that identified vitamin E at the forefront of that. Minnesota's Department of Health and the work we're doing here is out in front of where the CDC is. The work that's being done at children is out in front of where they're at. And that's who we are. And I will tell you, as Lieutenant Governor and myself and our administration saw this. This has been coming on for the last several years, and we knew the urgency of this. And you saw it across the country. And governors were making moves to ban flavored tobacco and do different things. The state of Minnesota, and it's how we're set up, many of those avenues were closed to us for executive action. That's why we need to build the coalitions to look elsewhere. Why we look at legislative action that will look at banning, that will look at raising the age, that will look at doing the things that we can do statutorily, but we can't wait for that. And so the filing of this lawsuit uses another tool. It also goes about, and being very clear about this, I want everybody in this room to understand what is coming. They are not going to admit they're wrong. And they are going to have attorneys, some of who will individually make more money than the entire office of the Attorney General's office of the state of Minnesota makes. That was what will be coming. And they will use their Merchant of Doubt playbook to tell us we're bad parents, to tell us we have bad kids, to tell us that we should have known, we told you, or how would we have known this was going to happen? I'll tell you how we know. We're going to get their research, and I'll damn sure guarantee you they had conversations talking about how do we get kids like Will addicted? How do we make sure Claire can't get off this? Because guess what? These kids aren't smoking cigarettes anymore. Trace back to who owns Juul. There's a new name for big tobacco, and it's Juul, and it's vaping. It's that simple. But my message to Juul as they're listening today is you can hire your attorneys. You will have your day in court, but we will bring the righteous justice of the state of Minnesota down on Juul. Because coming at our children and harming our children and our citizens, as the Attorney General said, as Lieutenant Governor said, and I would say all the state of Minnesota is, our first responsibility is the protection of our children. That's exactly what we intend to do. So I want to thank the Attorney General of the office. I want to thank all the partners. I want to send out a special thank you that this is just a representation of the hundreds of thousands of young people that Minnesota has that are leaders, they are thinkers, they are visionaries, and they are watching what we do. And today, they take another step. They step into the halls of power, and they make their voices heard for positive change. So thank you for that, and we're open for questions. Any questions?
the deceptive and unlawful trade practices that they've used. There's a separate argument and a separate set of accountabilities that will be brought to the people responsible for the lung injuries. Today, we're focusing on a part of this problem, which is the deception and the targeting of our kids. So, no, we're not foregoing anybody's accountability and responsibility. We're focusing on a key aspect of this problem, and so that's what we're doing here today. Yeah, if you use this product as they intended it, it's not a good thing. It'll addict you, it'll harm you, and they focused on kids, and they were deceptive in doing it. Now, the lung injury thing is a separate issue. It's not escaped our attention, and we may well be in touch on that soon, too.
Well, that's one of the real conundrums here, is there's a presumption that there's regulation at the federal level of these products, and there is not. So what the question is, how are they being presented? How are they being marketed? Being represented as being a safer alternative, when in fact the concentration of nicotine, as you've heard, is significantly higher. And correct. There's no ability to, at least at the present time. Now, there's discussion at the federal level of becoming more aggressive on federal regulation. We certainly hope that's the case. We urge that to happen, but it's unclear whether and how fast federal action is going to happen. The content of nicotine, I'm going to have to get back to you on that. I'm a little rusty on the federal nicotine laws.
Yeah, we are seeking a number of things which are contained in the complaint. I'll just list them off for you right now. We're seeking, one, that they permanently stop the marketing of these products to young people. Let me get my list. Stop its deceptive conduct in Minnesota, including marketing to youth. Fund a corrective public education campaign in Minnesota about the dangers of youth vaping. Fund clinical vaping cessation programs in Minnesota, including programs appropriate for youth. Disclose all of its research, this goes back to what the governor said, relating to the vaping and health, and take affirmative steps to prevent the sale of its products to children. So that's what's in our complaint. In terms of dollar amounts, look, we're assessing the extent of the damage. It is extensive. But that's part of our discovery process. We don't have a magic dollar figure at the beginning of the lawsuit, because we need to get in there and follow the course of the lawsuit, which will show us what the true damages really are. But we do. I would not refute that. Let me tell you, we talk all the time. We work on these things. We collaborate and share information. So we're already doing that. Thank you. Yeah, well, they misrepresented what the addictiveness of their product. They argued that it was safe. They used attractive marketing tools and things like that. I mean, if you look at the complaint, you can see it's all laid out very clearly. And their marketing techniques, the deception, and Minnesota law just doesn't allow companies to say one thing and do another. And so we're holding them accountable for that. Every single lawsuit that I file has Minnesotans at the heart of it. So my job is to defend and protect the interests of the people of this state. And even in the opioid cases, we filed in Minnesota. We filed all the time, even when we do have multi-state action. So it's not unusual at all.
That's a great question, and I think the short answer is we don't know. There's such an uphill battle to determining what kids need because we don't have the data. We don't have, this is when you think about doubling rates of e-cig use in such a short period of time, the sheer quantity of nicotine consumed is one part of it. I think the piece of the sort of social phenomenons around it are another. And I think when we look at other components within vaping devices and their effects on the immune system, that's a whole other piece. And so to figure out which medications are going to be the best needs research, right? And so we're extrapolating from adult data and doing our best with that. And what we're finding is the addiction is so severe that it often needs a multi-pronged approach. It's not just being a therapist and these kids know it's bad. So it's not, I get the message a lot from people like, well, don't they know? Or if they met with a therapist to understand how serious this is, they know that. And so I think it's going to be a multi-pronged approach. Some of our patients have with the help of psychiatrists, have used several off-label indications of other medications to try to get to the core issue of addiction, separate from dealing with nicotine replacement therapy. We've had patients who've gone inpatient. We've had patients who've done outpatient rehab. So I think it's going to be kind of a multi-pronged problem.
I just want to bring us back to something very important that Claire said in her comments about the underlying drivers of this epidemic and the stress and the mental health concerns that kids are expressing loud and clear. Commissioner Ricker and I have been and will continue to work on what is that school health connection. It doesn't help that we're not supporting all the resources that schools need when it comes to health and counseling. So not only the clinical cessation services, which are so critical for this depth of addiction, but taking that broader look at what resources need to be in the schools to support not only the immediate crisis, but the upstream causes as well. Thank you.
Well, for me, I was very shocked. I didn't know what to think. And I think that what I've just been thinking about through this whole thing is that I'm strong, and I know that for me personally, I deal with so many mental health issues, so many diagnoses. I have an eating disorder, depression, anxiety, tons of things that I could just list off, issues I deal with every day. And it just proved to me that I beat one of the hardest addictions in the ass. And I mean, last night was the first night I officially threw everything away. I was out the drain, I put it in the garbage. I don't have any of it in my room anymore, and I just feel it made me think that I'm strong. I mean, it just gave me confidence. So, yeah, that's personally.
This has been an interesting experience for me. I have some experience speaking for 12 Steps programs, and a lot of the things I talk about there have transferred to here, talking about the roots in mental health, talking about people knowing the damaging effects and still doing it, talking about what we can do to help. And I think a lot of that stuff transfers. And it's an amazing opportunity to be here with some amazing people talking about things that matter to people in our generation. And I'm just incredibly honored to be here. So, yeah, thank you.
No, they have a deception problem. That's the problem. Of course, as the governor very ably said, they're going to try to point blame in every single direction they can think of, but the responsibility is on their shoulders, and we're going to prove it. No, I would say that's right. Don't expect overnight. Sometimes justice takes persistence and commitment. But we saw attorneys general over the course of time get into the tobacco lawsuit, see it all the way through, and they got justice. And we did reduce youth smoking. And no thanks to Jewel, those numbers have increased again. So we're back in the fight.
While this, we are in it for the long haul to hold Jewel accountable. There are also things that we can do at the legislature this year, like banning flavors, for example. So we're not going to wait to take action on this. I think you can expect that we'll be working with our partners in the legislature, with the Department of Health, and with the MDE to figure out exactly what we can do in the upcoming legislative session to take action now and hold these folks accountable and protect our children.
I think the exposure to the nicotine piece, we look at what that does to the brain, and there are different hormones that control happiness, or the general sense of happiness, right? And there are pleasure hormones, but there are also contentment hormones. And so the kids are trying to self-medicate by hitting those pleasure-happy hormones. And then that, over time, can really suppress your contentment hormones. I joke with the kids in the hospital, you need humor when, you've been intubated, you had a breathing tube down, and you've discussed with your parents where your life has taken this turn. So I'll say something like, I bought a pair of shoes this weekend and I felt happy, but I didn't come home feeling content. Right? So the concern is that if you are continuing to push your pleasure hormones up, how are you fighting against your contentment hormones, and is that leading to more anxiety and depression? And that's our worry, right? For vaping specific, I think it's really too early to say, because they're not inhaling one chemical, they're inhaling multiple chemicals, and those chemicals interact with each other. So I can't say yet with our research, how does that whole constellation of chemicals together inform that? But that's my worry. I think that we sort of cut ourselves off at the ankles in trying to self-medicate with vaping products, and that we end up having more mental health concerns as a result. But then you deal with withdrawal symptoms, and withdrawal symptoms look a lot like mental health symptoms. So then they'll say, no, it's the only thing that helps my anxiety or my depression. But the symptoms you get during withdrawal look a lot like anxiety and depression. So it's a really vicious cycle. And the flavorings, the lungs can't digest well. So you think of the immune system as your garbage men taking out the trash on a daily basis. It's something that may be safe in the stomach, something that's food grade quality in the stomach. Doesn't mean the lungs can digest that or process that. That also affects their nicotine levels. And so it's not just necessarily the milligrams. It's what else is going in with it that acts like a preservative and keeps that drug around for longer potentially. All of that data is still forming. We look at the work out of Chapel Hill looking at flavorings, and research is stringent and research is slow on purpose. We want research to be slow on purpose because we want to make sure our research is ethical. We want to make sure patients have informed consent, right? And so we go through a pretty rigorous process with institutional review boards in hospitals. That's not the same with companies necessarily. They can be nimble. They can change their flavoring so that when you get approval to study a flavor and the new flavor's out, And so it's that constant sort of chameleon phenomenon. But when you look at the research coming out of Alana Jasper's lab at Chapel Hill in North Carolina, you see that the immune cells can't break down those flavors, and it's causing immune dysregulation. And so that, I do think that's a long-term health concern.
All right, guys, the next story that I want to show you is about an LA officer who is being investigated after body camera footage allegedly showed him fondling a dead woman's breast. We're going to be playing that for you right here on News. Oh, and it does look like we do have President Trump first, so we'll stay on this live since this is a live event here, and then we will go continue on with more of those news stories that we missed throughout the day during the impeachment hearing. All right, as I mentioned, the next story that I want to bring to you happened just earlier this evening. Breaking news coming out of Los Angeles, as I had kind of told you the description before we saw President Trump arrive back in the U.S. But this story is about Los Angeles Police Department doing an investigation into an officer who allegedly had fondled a dead woman's breasts. Let's listen in here on News Now.
We are sorry for the pain that this has caused you. In my 39 years with the LA Police Department as a police officer, a sergeant, and a lieutenant, I have literally supervised hundreds of police officers, and I have never heard of an incident such as this. If these allegations are true, that an on-duty Los Angeles police officer inappropriately touched or fondled a deceased person, they have no place in law enforcement, period. I am unsure what the current law is to address an inexcusable conduct alleged in this incident, but if there is, and the LAPD determines that criminality is involved, the Los Angeles Police Protective League will not defend this officer in a criminal proceeding. Let me be clear on this. The Los Angeles Police Protective League will not defend this officer in a criminal proceeding. We do know we have a fiduciary requirement to assist the officer through the administrative process. But where we do have the discretion on criminal charges, we will absolutely not defend this individual in any criminal proceeding. I do not know this officer. I know that the department is conducting a vigorous and ongoing investigation. I don't have any more details than what's reported so far. But we felt, the board here felt, that it was important for the residents of Los Angeles and everyone else who's following the developments to know this behavior is beyond pale, beyond acceptable, and an extreme violation of trust and will not be tolerated. At this time, I will open it up for questions. Anybody?
Has the union ever done this before, come out ahead of time and just totally condemn something that's happened like this? Or is this a first?
No, it's not the first. I don't know off the top of my head, but it's not the first. I've done this, I've been on the board now going on 9 years, and I've known of at least 2 or 3 other incidents where we've done this before.
So has the officer approached the league then about getting a rep for the administrative matter?
I do not know that. As far as I know, no. Like I said, the department's going to conduct the investigation. He will be the last person interviewed, so there's some time there where he can ask for representation if he asks for it. So generally what happens is they let the department do the investigation, and then when they're the last person to be interviewed. So all the officers, all the witnesses will be interviewed first, and that's how the investigation will proceed.
Do you have any independent knowledge of whether this allegation is true?
I know as much as you know. I don't know the officer. I haven't spoken to the chief or anybody with the department regarding this incident. It's pretty fresh. My understanding, it came out, I think, 3 days ago. So that's as much as I know.
Greg, can you bring any clarity on how it was discovered? Was it through this random inspection, or was it through the investigation of the deceased woman?
I do not know the answer to that. It could be either or both. All I know, it was captured on body video tape. I do know that even if the officer turns off the body camera, there's a buffer in there for 2 to 3 minutes. So if it's shut off, they'll still be recording for approximately 2 to 3 minutes.
What was the union's position on that buffer element of the body cam package?
It was negotiated,
right,
through the policy.
Right, but were you okay with that?
Yes. Go ahead, sir.
You kind of touched on this earlier, Craig, but is there any indication that LAPD, in doing this random audit, was looking for something in particular, or do you think this was just a needle in a haystack and it happens to pop up?
I cannot answer that question. I don't know the answer to that. It could be that during the investigation it was discovered by somebody, obviously, during the investigation.
And talk a little bit, if you would, you just referenced it, why you agreed with the chief of police that it was worthwhile to do random audits of the body cam video.
Well, I think it's good because the body camera was initially for collect evidence. That's the reason we actually have it. But it also is when we do random audits, if we could use it potentially if an officer does something. It doesn't have to be misconduct. It could be something that should need additional training. So that's a good part of it. Where if there's an audit conducted, and the officer to make him a better police officer, we want that to happen. So that could be one of the reasons we do that.
But I gather never in 1,000 years were you expecting something like this to show up on video.
Well, like I said earlier, I've been in law enforcement for almost a half a century. I'm going on 40 years now, and I have never ever not only never seen anything like this in law enforcement, I've never heard of anything like this across the country, across the world. I just have never, even before I became a police officer. That's how rare it is.
It would seem there's got to be some element of psychological problem involved in an officer doing this. Does the department need more in-service checks on how well officers are handling the stresses of their job?
Well, I don't know anything about the officer. I don't know his background. I don't know what he did before he came on the job. I don't know what kind of training he has on the job. I don't know what kind of life experience he's had. I have no idea. So I can't answer that question because it's an individual thing, I think, and I don't have the answer to that. I don't know. It's an isolated incident. I just said that, I've never seen anything like this in 39 years.
Was this a homicide that it happened on?
No, I think the officers responded to a call of an overdose, I believe. I think that's what it was. That's what I've heard. And then the person was deceased. And then the officers were called to conduct an investigation. That's my understanding.
Do you know how long the person had been deceased?
No, I do not.
Are there any statement to?
Yes, sir.
Statement to the family. Has the union reached out to the family, or you haven't put that far?
Actually, you know what? I just landed from Sacramento. I just got off a plane. We have not reached out to the family. I don't know. I have not met or talked to any of the family members right now. I think, to be honest with you, I want them to go through their the grieving because they have somebody that died. I think the correct thing to do is let them grieve for those reasons.
Do you know when this happened? I mean, was it within the last week or two, or was it months ago?
I do not. I cannot answer the question. The department can answer that question for you. I do not know that information.
And the family does know that it was, this woman's family knows that she was the one that was groped?
I do not know the answer to that. I have no idea.
Are there any policies that you'd like Chief Michael Moore to implement specifically to assure that this doesn't happen again?
Well, I think it's, like I said earlier, it's such a unique, rare incident, isolated incident. I don't know how you could ever prepare somebody to train I just think it's so unique. You can't train a police officer for everything, and especially if they do something as what's alleged here as heinous as this is. I don't know how I don't even know how to explain how to find out how a person would do something like this. I just don't. I can't explain that. I've been around a long.
All right, guys, we do have some breaking news to bring to you here out of Hawaii. Now, Joint Base Pearl Harbor, Hickam has said that they've responded to a reported shooting at the Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard. Now, the incident did occur at their time, 2:30, and because of this ongoing incident, access to the gates are closed. They have said that they are going to keep us updated. Now, one local news station called Hawaii News Now is reporting that there was an active shooter situation and it left at least 3 victims injured, and they are reporting including 2 critically injured, and reports are indicating that the shooter has been secured, and sources have told Hawaii News Now that several civilians are among the gunshot victims. So again, this is a breaking news situation. We are having a live picture with KHON feed, and this is in Hawaii. Going to work on getting more information to you guys right here on News Now.
The main gate right now, we're at the Makalapa gate to the west of Pearl Harbor. Not many details coming in right now. We've just seen heavy police presence coming in and out. The gate has been locked down. We have seen no traffic flowing through the area. That's all now from Pearl Harbor. Reporting live, Sam Spangler, KHON 2 News. We'll send it back to the studio.
All right, guys, so I just want to go over what we do know at this time as we are taking a live look here in Honolulu, Hawaii, thanks to KHON's feed. So the information that we do have at this time is that Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard in Hawaii is on lockdown after a reported shooting with multiple victims. Sources in the area have told Fox News that now first responders and security forces have arrived at the scene. As you heard just a few seconds ago, sirens still coming. We did see emergency vehicles still making their way here, and they say they have it under control as of now. That was a source that had said that to Fox News. Now, the incident occurred at approximately 2:30 p.m. local time at Dry Dock 2. A PA system urged anyone on base to take cover, and that's according to Hawaii News Now, reported that. Now, the gates at Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam have been closed, according to a tweet issued by the base. And sources told Hawaii News Now that several of the gunshot victims were civilians, and at least 3 of the victims had been injured too critically. Of course, we're working hard to continue to get more information coming out of here, as this is a very fresh and new investigation that's going to be taking place. Obviously, a very active scene here, as you can see as well. So we will be working hard to give you more information. As I mentioned, one of the news sources, Hawaii News Now, has had a little bit of information that they've been sharing. They were told by a witness that he was at his desk when he heard loud pops, saying, quote, "I kind of recognized that as gunshots." The witness said, and had looked out the window, saw 3 people on the ground. And that's, again, according to a witness talking to Hawaii News Now. As we do know, first responders are on the scene. They were called around 2:30 this afternoon, local time.
Go to the main gate.
And if I am able to get that feedback from our live breaking news scene, I of course will bring it to you guys right here. For those of you who are with us on Facebook and on News Now, I'm going to talk with our Fox personnel and see if they are able to contact KHON down in Hawaii to bring us back that shot for you guys as this story is still unfolding. Again, last that we did know, the area was still on lockdown as first responders are on scene, and they do say They have it under control as of right now. That's what a source told Fox News. Incident started around 2:30, and there are reports of some civilians that may have been injured, too critically injured from gunshots. And that's according to Hawaii News Now. Going to work on getting you guys back that Hawaii shot here in just a moment. All right, I did some checking, and our Fox team has been in communication with KHON, who says that they've cut their live feed for now, but says they should be back up shortly. Of course, everyone has their own definition of what shortly is, but as soon as I do have that back, of course, I will bring you guys right back out to that breaking scene. And if there is any updates from that incident, of course, I will be bringing it to you guys right here on our News Now stream. And it does look like they may have powered things back up.
A lot of tense moments.
I'm going to be letting you guys listen in here.
Obviously, they're very distraught, very sad, as we still try to piece together this information. That's the latest from here at the Nimet Gate, Keahi.
So as you can see, our live shot did come back. Again, we are down in Honolulu, Hawaii, where we are still learning what unfolded here earlier this afternoon. Now, on a PA system, the base had urged anyone to take cover, and that's according to Hawaii News Now. And the gates at Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam had been closed. That's according to a tweet by the base. Still waiting on more updates coming from Hawaii for you guys right here.
Yeah. I think I need to talk to Patrick or McCarthy.
And just a reminder for all of our folks who are here with us. Obviously, this is a breaking news situation. Reporters are going to be interrupting our view here, giving updates on what they do know at this time back to their station. And as you can see, too, they do have to stay in communication with their producers and their crew back at the news station. So every once in a while, you get a little bit of that. You hear them answering questions or asking questions of their producers. So once she is ready for her live report, I will bring the volume right back up here for you guys.
As the Nimet Gate going to step out of the way so you can kind of get a better look of what we're looking at. You can see guardsmen there at the entrance preventing anybody from going in besides first responders, law enforcement. Since we've been here, it's been at least an hour. We've seen several military personnel, law enforcement officers, HPD officers as well, ambulance, fire trucks, all head into the base. We haven't seen a lot of activity out here in the last 15 or 20 minutes or so, but every now and then we do see those sirens. We hear those sirens, see those lights on base. So we know that they're still actively going door to door, asking people, getting information from witnesses on the base. We can see those first responders on the base as well. But as you mentioned, there's a long line of vehicles just waiting to get onto base. A lot of them live there, they work on there, trying to get home to their families. Did speak to a few people since we've been out here. One gentleman does live on the base, and he said that he spoke to a friend who was right near the incident. His friend also heard the gunshots as well and ran for cover. When we got here shortly after 3 o'clock, we heard on the PA system, as Lynn mentioned, them announcing to all of the base that it is on lockdown and for everyone to take cover. Since then, a lot of people have been if they don't want to wait in line, they've been going off in the road trying to just find parking and just wait out the situation. I did speak to a Navy public information officer who said she's trying to get information as well. She's stuck out here with us as well. She's trying to get in contact with the public affairs officer on Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam. He's on lockdown, so they're trying to communicate and get the most accurate, up-to-date information to the media. She said as soon as she has that information, she will let us know. But that's the latest from out here at the Nimet's gate entrance. Kiahi, back to you. Here. No one knows exactly how long it's going to take. We're going to kind of turn the camera around and show you. You see these cars backing up. I think this gentleman, as I mentioned, is getting tired of waiting in line. So this is what we've been seeing every now and then. They try to wait it out, and after 20-30 minutes or so, they get out of line and they head up onto Kamehameha Highway. And you can see more cars are doing the same thing. We've been here for about an hour, so these vehicles have been waiting here for about an hour. But also kind of want to show you, Drake, if you can turn the camera around and just kind of see this parking lot where we've been staged at. A lot of the people have been staged at as well, the media. A lot of people were in the line and they've just pulled out to this public parking area. They don't know exactly how long it's going to take. We're kind of all in the same, waiting to confirmed information, getting the go-ahead. They're waiting to get onto base as well. So talked to several people out here. They're just waiting. They said they are getting a lot of the information from us, as a matter of fact. So they're not exactly sure how long they're going to be waiting out here.
All right, guys, I did want to give you the heads up. I'm going to be going live on the top of our 7 o'clock show here, so you're going to see me pop myself up on camera here shortly, and then do this breaking news situation again out here at Pearl Harbor, where we're still trying to learn about how many victims and exactly what unfolded here earlier this afternoon. All right, guys. Well, you guys mentioned how many first responders have been arriving on scene, and that's exactly what we've been watching unfold here as I go to our live picture coming out of Hawaii. Now, first responders were called to Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard after a reported shooting with multiple victims. Security forces say they have the scene under control as of now. Hawaii News Now has reported that a PA system urged anyone on base to take cover, and people around the area have been telling reporters that they could hear the gunshots clearly this afternoon. Now, sources also told Hawaii News Now that several of the gunshot victims were civilians, and at least 3 victims have been injured, 2 critically. Of course, this scene is still unfolding as we're getting more and more reports coming in from this area. And although we don't know the cause of today's incident, we're just 3 days away from the anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor. Of course, we're going to be trying to keep people up to date as we continue to give them this live picture from Hawaii on our News Now stream. And guys, they can head on over to fox10phoenix.com if they want to continue to watch this scene unfold. All right, so my producer just let me know that we were clear from that, so I'm going to go right back out here to our live scene here. I do see that we do have one of our reporters getting ready to do a live hit. As soon as I see him starting to give us his latest update, I will of course bring that to you right here on our News Now feed. All right, guys, I'm going to switch us on over back to our
I'll get out of the way. Gates are opening up.
As you just heard our reporter talking to his producer, the gates have opened up. You can see traffic starting to move there as they have are allowing people to come in to the area. And as I mentioned, our reporter getting ready to do his live hit here. This is KHON, and again, they just opened up the gates here at the shipyard, and hopefully we'll be hearing more new information from his report here in just a few moments.
Justin, we just had some police officers drive off on their motorcycles. They were blocking the scene here at the Makalapa gate, which has been blocked since we arrived at about 2:45. But since then, the gates have opened up. You can see behind me, folks are starting to drive into Pearl Harbor. Folks are also starting to drive out. This is a new development that has taken place within the last minute or so. Now, once we arrived on scene, there was heavy police presence. We saw about 30 police cars screaming past in the opposite direction of the road, the wrong way, because that was the only lane open. They were trying to get onto base. That included an armored vehicle and what looked like some sort of police RV of sorts that was heading into base. Now, since then, the scene has died down. We haven't seen the police car screaming by as much, and this is the first time we've seen people actually able to exit the Makalapa gate. Now, there are people who work on base that were waiting outside to try and get in. They were confused as to what was going on. They hadn't heard from their bosses whether they could go on base or not. They have since began walking down. Heavy amount of cars that have been parked in the area as well. We've seen cars parked throughout the streets. We're on the intersection of Kamehameha Highway and Radford Drive, and we've seen cars parked all over. We've also seen what looked like a SWAT team planning their entrance to get into the Makalapa gate. Now, I was able to speak to a friend who works on base. He works on one of the submarines. He said that they have been on lockdown since they heard about the shooting. They haven't gotten a lot of info. Information has been sparse for them as well, but they also haven't been informed when the lockdown would end. Although it looks like with cars going in and the gates opening up, it might mean a lockdown for those inside as well, but that is once again unconfirmed. We'll stay with you here at the Makalapa gate. For now, I'm reporting live from Pearl Harbor Hickam. Sam Spangler, KHON2 News. We'll send it back to Gina and Justin in the studio.
Vehicles going both in and out of the base here at the Nimet's gate. As we've been mentioning, this is peak rush hour traffic, so the lines are extremely long. We've been out here for over an hour, so not exactly sure how far the backup goes to, but I imagine all on the H1 freeway and Kamehameha Highway as well. Multiple lanes of traffic going in here. This is the main gate, the Nimet's gate as we mentioned, and this side road as well. Haven't seen a lot of first responders the last 30 minutes or so, but when we first got here, as I mentioned, around 3 o'clock, a heavy stream, constant stream of ambulances and police vehicles and fire trucks as well. But so right now, just the latest update I can give you, you can see the guardsmen here at the gate directing traffic. Everybody is being allowed in and workers are being allowed out as well. Back to you folks. One of them lives on base here at Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam. He said that he talked to a friend who is right next to the incident, and he heard at least one gunshot, and then he ran for cover. They obviously got that text, that phone call, and the two sailors rushed down here to see what they could do to help. Obviously, the base was on lockdown. They weren't allowed to get in, so the two gentlemen I spoke to said they hope it's not anyone that they know. Obviously, it's still sad regardless if they know the people, the victims, or not, but they said that it was definitely a sense of helplessness because they wanted to go out and help and they weren't able to. So those are the three people I did speak with. I also spoke with the public information officer from the Navy. She said that they may be possibly holding a media conference here as soon as they get more information and confirmation on what exactly happened. So we're still waiting on that. She said as soon as they know, they will let us know, and obviously we'll bring that to you folks live if that does happen.
And as you can see, our reporter busy getting more information, doing live hits for their news channel. We're going to be staying with this, continuing with this breaking news situation here for you on News Now. And we are getting this feed from KGMB, and they are a news station down in Hawaii. Our reporter right there, you can see she's continuing to get more information, talk with more people, especially now that they've opened the gates back up, and that could mean lockdown is done. As we saw, those officers that were blocking the path of flow for traffic had moved out of the way as well. We're going to be continuing to follow this breaking news situation as long as we have the live feed coming from Hawaii. Again, this is KGMB who is sharing this shot for us at this breaking news situation. As soon as I see our other reporter who is with KHON do another hit, of course, I will bring that to you guys right here.
Gina, it's definitely still a police situation down here. We just saw 2 police cars and a police RV storm through the Makalapa gate. Now, I did just get a text from a friend who works on base, works on one of the submarines. He said that they were just released from lockdown, and that goes with what we've been seeing as far as the gates being opened up. Traffic is now flowing through the intersection of Radford Drive and Kamehameha Highway. Pretty usual scene around here at rush hour right now. Traffic is not too heavy in the area, but once again, if you are planning on going in any area of the base, please stay away unless it's absolutely necessary. Now, we did arrive at about 2:40, in which the gate was extremely backed up. We saw about 200 cars sitting and waiting at the Makalapa gate. They were turned around at about 3 o'clock, and then the gates were finally reopened at about 3. Now, no word yet of people who have been walking out of the base. We did just see a group of about 4 teenagers that were walking through. They declined to go on camera for interview, and they said that it was just a matter of people telling them to stay put. They didn't see anything, they didn't hear anything, so any kind of witnesses to what happened has been sparse as far as them walking out through here. People are going through the gate right now. They're going back in. Not sure what that means as far as the police presence is still heavy in the area, but we'll keep you updated on air and online, as well as our social media pages with the latest. Reporting live from the Makalapa gate at Pearl Harbor, Sam Spangler, KHON2 News. Back to you, Justin and Gina.
Yeah, absolutely, Lynn. This is known as the Nimet's Gate. It's one of the main entrances here. They opened this gate about 30 minutes or so ago, and since then there's been a heavy constant stream of traffic going both in and out.
All I really saw was like a bunch of cars, and I heard a bunch of shots going off in the area, and we were told by my chief to hunker down, stay indoors, and just be safe.
Do you remember how many gunshots you heard?
Honestly, I can't tell you how much, but I did hear quite a few.
What was it like as far as what you were feeling emotionally?
Very scared, because once you're like that, it's just you don't know. You're very in the dark, and just hope to God that everything's going to be okay.
Did you see any victims or anything like that?
I honestly did not, sir.
How long was the scene like that for you, like as far as like hearing shots and how long you were locked down? Can you give us a time frame of what that was like?
I honestly can't, because I wasn't looking at the time. I was more like calling my family and making sure that they know that I love them.
Getting out safe, what's it feel like right now?
It's a big relief, but I need a breather from them. It was very scary.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate your time. Thank you. Glad you're safe.
Now we've been listening in with KGMB and also our other station, KHON, both of them down in Hawaii, giving us these live looks. We do have more updates coming from there for you. A shooting sent 3 people to the hospital, and that's what sources told Fox News, adding that the scene was under control as of now. As we've seen, now people are welcome to come in and out of this area, no longer on lockdown, and it's not immediately clear whether the shooter was among those 3 that were hospitalized, but this incident again did take place at Dry Dock 2 at 2:30 local time. Officials locked down buildings, and a PA system urged everyone on base to take cover, and that's Hawaii News Now who reported that. The lockdown was lifted around 4 p.m. local time. The gates were closed as first responders rushed to the scene. And we did hear from one of those reporters that they even had to drive going on the wrong side of the road to get past traffic to make it there to the shipyard. Now this is across the harbor from Pearl Harbor National Memorial, which is set to observe 78 years after the attack by Japan, which launched World War II. That's just 3 days away. Now Pearl Harbor also has served as headquarters for U.S. Pacific Fleet and has been the home port for 10 destroyers and 15 submarines. We did hear from also one of those reporters that he talked to someone on base who had also said, you know, he was told to hide, and then also felt very thankful that he was able to make it back home. As you can see, for first responders giving this man attention. I know we've been seeing him a few times just sitting on the curb there, unknown exactly what his medical issue may be, unknown if he is one of those victims who may have been involved at the scene here. So going to continue to keep our eyes and ears open here as we continue giving you this breaking news live picture from Hawaii.
Yeah, do I mention that? That's so out of context. I guess. Okay. Oh, good. He's getting out of the way. Yeah, absolutely, Lynn. We were trying to get to this Nimet gate here, and we quickly did realize that the line of traffic was building up. So we got stuck in that traffic as well. Obviously, we were trying to get as close as we could to the scene. So we kind of pulled off to the side and tried to get our way to this public parking area. It's onto the side here of Nimitz. But shortly after that, we heard a very loud announcement saying that the base was on lockdown and for everyone to seek shelter immediately. At that point, more and more people started moving out of the way because more and more first responders, law enforcement vehicles, ambulances, fire trucks trying to make their way to Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam. You can actually see right now the Navy, it appears that Navy ambulance as well as the Navy fire truck. This is military police as well, Joint Base Police. It appeared to have been coming out, but now they look like they're just turning around to go back in. Not exactly sure what's going on, but the gates have been open for about an hour and a half or so. A lot of people have been coming and going. This is the peak of rush hour right now, but we do see first responders leaving as well as going. I did speak with several people who were here not knowing exactly what was going on. One gentleman was trying to help and direct traffic for those who didn't want to wait in this line. I spoke to two sailors, one who lives here on base. He said he spoke to a friend who was near Dry Dock 2 and he heard at least one gunshot is what he told me, and then he ran for cover. Obviously, they were distraught. They were worried, concerned. A word that they used as well was helpless. They rushed down here to try to see what they could do to help, but they obviously couldn't get on because the base was on lockdown. So they're just praying and hoping. It's no one that they know. Regardless, though, a very sad situation. But the line of traffic has been moving in and out for about an hour and a half. And I can't even see the line, the ending of the line. So know that there is still a lot more people trying to get in and out of this Nimitz gate here. Well, there's a lot of media here. There's the public affairs officer with the Navy here as well. A lot of people who live on base trying to get in. Not exactly sure. I think a lot of the people I spoke to don't know the names of the people involved. So they're just kind of waiting. They told me that they're getting a lot of information from us. So they don't know really what's going on. I was speaking to a lot of people while the base was on lockdown. They weren't exactly sure how long it was going to be on lockdown. So yeah, several people were just kind of hanging out. Majority of them media and public affairs officers who tell us that they are trying possibly to work out a news conference for tonight as soon as they sort out some details. So fingers crossed that will happen. And once we get that information confirmed, we'll definitely let you folks know. Okay, perfect. Okay.
All right, guys, thanks again so much for being here with us on News Now for this coverage of the shooting at Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard in Hawaii, which did send 3 people to the hospital. And that's what sources told Fox News, adding that the scene is under control as of now. We've been watching as the gates have been open, and it was not immediately clear whether the shooter was amongst those hospitalized. So far, they have not confirmed if they do have the suspected shooter. Now, the incident occurred at approximately 2:30 p.m. local time at Dry Dock 2. Officials locked down buildings, and a PA system urged anyone on base to take cover, Hawaii News Now reported. The lockdown was lifted around 4 p.m. local time. The gates at Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam were closed as first responders rushed to the scene, according to a tweet issued by the base. The shipyard is across the harbor from Pearl Harbor National Memorial, which is set to observe 78 years after the attack by Japan, which launched the U.S. into World War II. Pearl Harbor also has served as the headquarters for U.S. Pacific Fleet and has been the home port for 10 destroyers and 15 submarines. We're going to continue to keep our eyes on this live breaking news feed. If our reporter comes back to continue to do updates from the base there, I will of course bring that sound right back up for you.
Yeah, Lynn, as a matter of fact, I do have an update. I did get notification that the public information officer here at Joint Base Pearl Harbor, Hickam, Chuck Anthony, he will be coming out in just a few short minutes to give an update, to provide a news conference to the media. That's what I heard. So obviously, fingers crossed. I haven't seen him yet. The public affairs officer for the Navy is here, and she said that she would imagine they would hold a news conference as well. But as you mentioned, especially since the Pentagon is holding their news conference, I definitely would imagine this would be happening shortly, and as soon as we get confirmation, we'll obviously bring that to you live. But just kind of wanted to give you a quick update with what the situation looks like here at the Nimet gate. The gates have been open for almost 2 hours now. Traffic has been flowing in and out pretty steadily. You can see that there is still military police officers here, a military fire truck. Not too long ago, an ambulance did leave. You can see guardsmen checking ID, just taking every sort of precaution as they always do, allowing people here on base. But the lines are getting shorter. There used to be this sideline here that I believe goes out to Kamehameha Highway. There's no longer a line here, but there's still a line backed up at the main entrance to the Nimet gate. That's the latest out here, Lynn. Back to you. Yeah, absolutely. I spoke with 2 sailors who said that they were actually in the area getting a haircut when they got a phone call from a friend who is at DD2 or Dry Dock 2, as we know, where the incident occurred. And he told them that he heard at least 1 gunshot and that he ran for cover. So they obviously rushed down here, tried to help. They found that the base was in lockdown. They weren't letting anyone in or out. So they did an interview with me. They told me that they feel helpless. They want to go in and help. They obviously still waiting to hear who the injured victims are. They're hoping and praying that it's not anyone they know. They have family members, friends here on base. Obviously, a very sad situation regardless. But they said that they were shocked. There was a sense of chaos, tense moments for sure, but also a sense of sadness and helplessness as well, is what they told me. And also, I've been getting a lot of text messages as well from friends in the military, people who work here, who live here, telling me that they're on lockdown, asking what the situation is outside. They're obviously still waiting on confirmation as well, but everybody got those text messages. I'm sure everyone who knows someone who works here got those text messages from their loved ones as well. Yeah, that's right, Sean. Stephanie, here at the Nimet Gate, the lockdown has been lifted for about 2 hours, and in the last 2 hours, the traffic both in and out of the base here has eased up dramatically. But this is what we know so far. Again, officials at Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam have confirmed with us that the gunman here at the Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard is dead, and he was in fact a sailor. That is also what a witness had described to us. The sailor reportedly shot and injured 3 Department of Defense civilian workers before turning the gun on himself. I want you to take a listen to what that eyewitness told us, what he saw. Now, the incident, as we mentioned, took place this afternoon near the Shipyard's Dry Dock 2. Officials with Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam tells us that base security and Navy investigative services are still currently investigating how this all happened, what led up to this. They tell us that the names of all victims will not be released at this time until next of kin. Family members have been notified. Now, I did just speak with a public information officer with the Navy, and he tells us that a public affairs officer here at Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam will be coming out in the next 15 minutes to give media an update, and as soon as we get that, we'll bring that to you live. Reporting live from the Nimet Gate, I'm Chelsea Davis for Hawaii News Now.
Bridget, I just want to give you an example of what it was like when we first got here. There were police cars heavily in the area. We saw about 30 to 40 screaming through the intersection here of Radford Drive and Kamehameha Highway at the Makalapa gate. Now, we also saw a police RV that came through, screaming through the intersection, as well as an armored vehicle. It looked like a SWAT team. Now, since then, since the gates have been opened up and the lockdown has been lifted, we haven't seen the heavy police scene in the area. We've been speaking to people who've been leaving the premises since the lockdown was lifted, and we haven't talked to a lot of people who witnessed anything, a lot of people who were on lockdown, but we did speak to one individual who was a witness. He was only concerned about his family as far as what was going through his mind when he heard some gunshots. Completely understandable that time would kind of stand still in that situation. Now, talking to people who have been leaving, although they haven't heard or seen anything themselves, the sense is relief from a lot of people who have been leaving the Pearl Harbor Hickam area. Now, once again, we haven't seen the police presence that we did see earlier. Situation has been business as usual as far as the gate. A lot of people leaving at this time, not a lot of people entering, but we did get down to the gate trying to ask questions. Once again, this is military base, so not a lot of information coming in or out. We're not allowed to go on base and see the scene, but once again, we were told that this happened at Dry Dock 2. Reporting live from the Makalapa Gate, Sam Spangler, KHON2 News. We'll send it back to you, Bridget.
All right, just want to say thanks again for being here with us as we continue to watch this scene, and more information continues to come our way. So I do want to read you the latest stories that we do have coming from this shooting incident at Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard. It did send 3 people to the hospital. We do know 1 person has been confirmed dead. Now, it was not immediately clear if the shooter was among those hospitalized. Now, KHON, who was live hit we just were listening to, as Steve was just telling us, did say that the shooter has been identified as a U.S. sailor, and that's according to Pearl Harbor. Officials said he reportedly shot and injured 3 Department of Defense civilian workers before killing himself. Now, according to Queens Medical, they have 1 male victim receiving treatment in guarded condition, and Tripler Army Medical Center also each have a victim, but did not disclose their condition. Officials said the base security and the Navy are investigating the scene, and the names of the victims are not going to be released until the next of kin has been notified. That's according to officials. Due to the security incident, gates were closed as the lockdown had been lifted. The gates were reopened, and the public is advised to just be cautious of heavy traffic that could be in this area. And just looking on a Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickham's Twitter page, they did tweet out saying, officials at Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam report the shooting incident at Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard has been secured. 1 person confirmed dead. The shooter has been identified as a U.S. sailor. Going on to say the sailor reportedly shot and injured 3 Department of Defense civilian workers before shooting himself. The incident took place this afternoon at the vicinity of the shipyard's Dry Dock 2. The base is no longer in lockdown. Base security Navy investigative series are currently investigating. The names of victims are not going to be released until next of kin have been notified. Again, this is all coming from Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickham's Twitter page as they gave us some updates here this evening. Now, the incident also prompted the lockdown of 3 schools, according to Department of Education. All 3 of them were elementary schools, and following the incident, Hawaii governor did release a statement. And as soon as I see this reporter is ready to do her hit, as soon as I hear her start to talk, of course, I'll bring her volume up. But the governor's statement said, quote, "I join in solidarity with people of Hawaii as we express our heartbreak over this tragedy and concern for those affected by the shooting. Details are still emerging as security forces at Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam investigate. The White House has reached out to offer assistance from federal agencies, and the state is standing by to assist where necessary." Honolulu Police and Fire Department agents all responded to the scene, and CIS is leading the investigation.
You can see the lockdown is lifted and guards are allowing both traffic to come in and out. For the last 2 hours, as I mentioned, now traffic is backed up here. Of course, this is rush hour traffic, but this has been the scene for the past 2 hours since the lockdown has been lifted. Now, just want to give you an update what we got from officials. They tell us, been mentioning that the gunman here is dead and he was in fact a sailor. The sailor reportedly shot and injured 3 Department of Defense civilian workers before turning the gun on himself. I spoke to a sailor who lives on base but couldn't get on because of the lockdown. Listen to what he had to say. As he said, the incident took place this afternoon near the Shipyard's dry dock 2. Military officials tell us base security and Navy investigative services are still investigating what exactly led up to this incident. The names of the victims are not being released at this time until next of kin has been notified. Now, we do have an update on the shooting victims. We're told that 1 male went to Queens in guarded condition and 1 male went to Palimomi. We don't have a condition on that male yet. We're still waiting on more information as far as the 3rd victim, but we are hearing that Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam Public Information Officer will be heading out here to give media an update. That should be happening within the next few minutes or so, and as soon as we get information on that, we'll bring that to you live. That's the latest from the Nimet Gate. Back to you guys. So everybody, is he coming? I guess that means he's coming, huh?
We've been listening into live reports from KGMB. We have also been updating you with our other station, KHON, down in Hawaii. I did want to read a tweet from Hawaii DOT saying all commercial passenger flights are operating normally at the Daniel K. Airport. However, traffic on the highway and surrounding streets have heavy traffic due to the incident at Pearl Harbor Hickam. Please allow extra time to get to the airport. Now, also Transportation HNL said the bus will provide bridge service to bring Pearl Harbor Shipyard employees to transfer points outside of JBPHH board either the route PH4, PH6 to exit the base. Now, these buses are transporting passengers to the Kalali Transit Center, where the bus personnel may direct them to transfer buses. As we had heard earlier from our other reporter from KHON, he had talked with someone who had been passing by after the gates had been reopened, and that person did share how terrifying the situation was, saying that not only was he hiding, but he was in that moment just trying to keep in contact with his family, let him know that he loves them. And we do know at this time, again, there are some victims along with the shooter who has been pronounced dead, but there are 3 victims, and officials say that he had reportedly shot and injured 3 Department of Defense civilian workers before turning the gun on himself. Now, Fox News is saying that they've gotten to read a preliminary incident report, and they do say the gunman shot 3 civilians, 2 who have died before he shot himself in the head. So again, this is what Fox News is reporting, as they claim to have read a preliminary incident report. And we do know Naval Criminal Investigation Service, NCIS, is on scene, and the FBI has been notified, and that's all according to that report. Officials did not immediately identify the shooter or victims. More information from Fox News saying the shooting took place near the USS Columbia, a Los Angeles-class attack submarine. The shooter was an active duty U.S. Navy petty officer attached to the submarine, according to a naval official. Now, they are saying that sailor had opened fire at Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard in Hawaii today, and they are again reporting that he killed at least 2 civilians before turning the gun on himself. All right, so I am going to reiterate what exactly we do know, what's being reported as of right now. We did just get an update 10 minutes ago from Fox News, and here's the reports of what we believe to know at this time. A sailor opened fire at Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard in Hawaii on Wednesday, killing at least 2 civilians before he turned the gun on himself, Fox News has learned. Now, the shooting took place at the USS Columbia, a Los Angeles-class attack submarine. The shooter was an active-duty U.S. Navy petty officer attached to the submarine, according to a Navy official. The gunman shot 3 civilians, 2 of whom died before he shot himself in the head, according to a preliminary incident report viewed by Fox News. The Naval Criminal Investigation Service, NCIS, was on scene, and the FBI has been notified, the report added. Officials did not immediately identify the shooter or victims. Sources said the scene was under control as of now. The incident occurred approximately at 2:30 p.m. local time on Dry Dock 2. Officials locked down buildings, and a PA system urged anyone on the base to take cover, Hawaii News Now reported. The lockdown was lifted around 4 p.m. local time. The gates at Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam were closed as first responders rushed to the scene, according to a tweet issued by the base. Hawaii Governor has talked with the White House, and they have offered assistance to federal agencies, and that the state is also ready to help if needed.
Can she hear me? Yes. We're starting. And we're just gonna walk up.
Come on, what are we doing?
They're going to us.
I can't be on this thing.
Were you able to start? Yeah, they're making their way out. That's Rear Admiral Rob Chadwick. He's the commander.
As you can hear, a reporter trying to learn when this press conference is going to be starting. Looks like it's going to get underway here in just a few moments.
We're ready. We just don't know if that's going to happen before the end of the show. Yeah, Bridget, good evening. Again, like you just mentioned, we are waiting for that press conference. It was supposed to start around 5:15, so hopefully any minute at this point. But as you mentioned, and you can see as far as our news crews go, this afternoon has just been extremely chaotic as we try to get more information. But I just want to show you where we are at now. We were at the Makalapa gate entrance earlier. As you've been watching this newscast, we have since moved. We are right by the main entrance. You can see traffic moving pretty smoothly at this point. That lockdown that we've been talking about about all afternoon has since been lifted. But again, earlier when we first arrived to the Pearl Harbor area, we were hearing sirens from left and right all over. There was HPD officers on scene at the Makalapa Gate entrance. We saw them on their motorcycles. Traffic was pretty much at a standstill in that area. But as you've been talking about and throughout this newscast, we can confirm the shooter is dead. Pearl Harbor tells us that shooter reportedly shot and injured 3 civilian workers before turning the gun on himself. And as you mentioned, Bridget, this happened at Dry Dock 2 at the Naval Shipyard. It looks like this press conference is about to start any moment now. You can see them walking towards us. So we're going to take that live in just a little bit. But again, the things that I want to mention, and I read this text message earlier, but this was just something that really struck me. My friend who lives on base, this is what she told me. She said living on base always seemed so safe up until now. Things like this just don't happen in Hawaii. I never thought I'd ever have to worry about anything like this. Again, this was from my friend who lives on base. She was at work, and this press conference looks like it's about to start right now. So we're going to take this live, and I will stop talking.
Robert Chadwick. He'll introduce himself and he'll have a brief statement, and then we'll have time for a few questions after that, okay?
Robert Chadwick.
Yeah, if it's Rob, it's R-O-B-B, or you can go with Robert. And his bio is on the Navy.com.
Thank you for your patience, everyone. Again, this press conference about to get underway right now. They're getting him mic'd up, and we hopefully will get more information. I know the details throughout the afternoon have been a bit confusing. And here we go, this press conference about to start right now.
Questions after this. All right.
Again, I'm Rear Admiral Rob Chadwick. I am Commander, Navy Region Hawaii, and I want to thank everyone for being here this evening, and I certainly wish it was under different circumstances. I can report that Joint Base security personnel did respond to the report of an active shooter today in the vicinity of Dry Dock 2 in the Naval Shipyard. I can confirm that there were 3 shooting victims. We have confirmed that 2 are deceased. 1 is in stable condition in a local hospital. I can also report the shooter, who has tentatively been identified as an active duty sailor assigned to USS Columbia, SSN 771, is also deceased by an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. I cannot share the names of the victims or the shooter at this time until we can confirm that next of kin notifications have been made. Obviously, our thoughts are with the families of the victims and everyone involved. I can say that we are mobilizing support services for Naval Shipyard personnel as well as everyone else who may be affected by this tragic event. And I'm ready to take any questions you have.
Go over the victims' conditions again.
Again, 3 victims, civilian shipyard workers. 2 have been confirmed deceased. The 3rd is in stable condition in a local hospital. And again, that's the information I can provide at this time.
Is this a Navy watchstander who was armed, who did the shooting?
That's still part of the investigation, but we have confirmed he is an active duty sailor.
Is the shooter deceased?
The shooter is deceased.
What kind of weapons did he use?
Again, that's still part of the investigation, and I don't have that information.
The DoD civilians, employees, and did they work together with the sailor?
They were shipyard employees. Again, don't know any relationships. Obviously, in the shipyard, there's always a mixture of active duty personnel and shipyard workers.
The Columbia is not stationed here. Why was it in Dry Dock number 2?
Standard maintenance for submarine maintenance done in the dry dock.
How many people are employed on the Columbia?
I don't have the number of the crew of the Columbia.
And what witnesses were there?
Witnesses? I don't have the number of witnesses, but witnesses are still being interviewed at this time.
Do we know if the victims were targeted or if they were shot at randomly?
We have no indication yet whether they were targeted or if it was a random shooting.
Do we know if the shooter was male or female?
The shooter was male.
The victims, are they all males?
My understanding is yes, all 3 victims were male.
And just to go over again, the gunman is a sailor, he's deceased, and 1 civilian worker, male, also deceased?
No. The shooter is deceased, as well as 2 of the civilian shipyard workers. The 3rd civilian shipyard worker is in stable condition in a local hospital.
Were the 3 people dead?
3 people deceased.
The 2 civilian workers that died in this shooting, did they die at the hospital?
I don't have that information.
So initial reports came in that this started around 2:30. Is that still accurate?
That's accurate.
Okay. And then what time was the lockdown?
The lockdown happened within minutes. In addition to a lockdown, a shelter-in-place order was sent out to all personnel on Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam, and the time that was involved and the time that the base was in lockdown had to do with all the security protocols that had to be, sweeping nearby buildings and had to make sure that was complete and that the scene was safe before we lifted the lockdown. Obviously, as you can see, the lockdown is been released and all gates are open now.
At what time was the shooter's dead?
I don't have the exact time that the shooter's pronounced dead.
Do you know approximately how many shots were fired?
I do not have that information.
Can you tell us the policy on bringing weapons on base?
Bringing personal weapons on base is not authorized.
Was he using a personal weapon?
I don't have that information about the weapons that were used at this point, so don't know.
Do you know the time span of how long the shooting took place?
No, I just know the initial report came in almost right at 2:30 p.m.
Can you talk about the tragedy of this incident?
No, this is, again, the ohana that is everyone that works on Joint Base Pearl Harbor, and Naval Shipyard is certainly a major component of Joint Base Pearl Harbor. Generations of locals have worked in that shipyard. We're getting ready to celebrate or at least honor the 78th anniversary of Pearl Harbor, and the role that the shipyard played in World War II is pretty legendary, and the shipyard is well known for the amazing work they did then and the amazing work they continue to do. So this is certainly a tragedy for everyone here, but certainly our sincere thoughts are with the families of the victims and everyone involved.
Has there been any discussion about, with the anniversary literally just days away, new security protocols, et cetera, for the base and for the visitor center?
We always look at the current situation and make evaluations on any upgrades in security that are needed, and that will continue.
Anything? This may be one of the very first active shooting situations on this base. There's been crimes and other things that have happened here. What does this say to you?
No, again, I think we're going to have to, this is going to be fully investigated, and once we determine, again, we've already talked about don't know motives at this point, more details certainly to come, but we'll be looking at every aspect of it, what lessons we can learn, what additional, security procedures would be needed, but again, we're still very early in the investigation.
Did you say the shooter killed himself?
Apparently, right, the shooter apparently by a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
We have time for just a couple more questions. Can you talk about the response from all the different agencies on the island, as well as the civilians that obeyed orders for the lockdown?
Right. I think it really was an incredible response. Joint Base Pearl Harbor security personnel were on the scene within minutes. HPD also responded and did come on base to add assistance. Obviously, NCIS is lead in investigation right now, but we will continue, as information becomes available, we'll make sure that we get the information out.
And was the Columbia on a Western Pacific deployment, or?
I don't have her current schedule right now, but obviously she, in the dry dock, it's pretty deep maintenance right now. So.
Okay, last question.
What are the conditions of everybody?
Okay, again, shooter is confirmed dead by an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. There were 3 shooting victims. 2 of the victims are confirmed deceased. The third civilian shipyard worker victim is in stable condition in a local hospital. All right.
Thank you. And Public Affairs will be providing other updates on our website, and you have our numbers too. Thanks, Admiral.
Thank you, Admiral.
As you just heard, that press conference just wrapped up here. We are right outside of the main gate here, the entrance to Pearl Harbor. As you just heard, I'm going to recap for you. 3 total civilian shipyard employees. They were all male. They were all shot and victims. 2 of them are dead. 1 is in the hospital in stable condition. We also just heard that the shooter was also a male. He was a sailor, and he died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Now, he was also mentioning during this press conference that there's no indication at this point if those victims were targeted or if it was at random. For now, live from Pearl Harbor, Lauren Day, KHON 2 News. Back to the desk.
All right, guys, we've heard them say it and confirm there were 3 people, 3 victims who were shot by this sailor. 2 of those victims have died from those wounds. One of those people has been reported in stable condition at the hospital. The gunman did turn his weapon on himself, so they have confirmed that he's also dead. So that means we have a total of 3 people who have died here today in Hawaii, 1 person who is in stable condition in the hospital. And again, this all unfolded around 2:30 local time. And as they mentioned, the Naval Criminal Investigation Service is going to be doing an investigation, trying to learn more on the reasoning behind this shooting and this incident that happened here today. Now, locally here, Arizona, Prescott Unified School District was PHS band and orchestra students are visiting to perform the upcoming Pearl Harbor Day ceremony, but they were not at the base. No, they did say that the base was on lockdown and people were allowed to enter and leave, but our students and chaperones and staff were all safe. We'll keep you updated with any further developments. Again, that school is here in Arizona. They are down in that area for the Pearl Harbor Day ceremony. As I mentioned, we are just 3 days away from celebrating that 78th anniversary of the Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor. Again, unknown motive to what led this U.S. Navy petty officer to do what he did today.
base commander. He's the Navy Region Hawaii commander. Okay. Oh, Chelsea, I'm gonna go back. Okay, but if you need anything, Gina is here. He works for the base.
Oh, okay, the one with the lanyard.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Jen.
And the sun is starting to go down, but our reporter's still working hard on bringing us updates. We will have some more live hits from our reporters down here on the base in just a few minutes.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, love. Bye.
They wanted you in this block.
Huh?
They wanted you in this block.
I thought so too. Yeah, I don't know.
Main gate, the Nimet gate. When we first arrived to this area around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, just after 3, it was extremely chaotic. The base was placed on lockdown. That has since been lifted. You can see cars coming and going. We were hearing sirens from all different directions. HPD was on scene at the various gates as well as the Pearl Harbor Visitor Center. So it has just been a very chaotic afternoon, as I've been mentioning. Again, a total of 3 civilian Shipyard employees. They were all male. The shooter was also male as well, and we were told in that press conference that the shooter was a sailor. Again, the shooter is now dead. 2 innocent victims, unfortunately, died in this shooting. Again, the shooting happened just after 2:30 in the afternoon. And I will be out here live giving you the latest updates. For now, live from Pearl Harbor, Lauren Day, KHON 2 News. Joe?
All right, guys, and since we have had the latest updates here for you on our News Now stream, I am going to turn our eyes away from this. As I mentioned, we've been giving you all the updates as they came in, and I'm hoping that tomorrow we'll be learning more information after the investigation continues overnight. Going to be turning things on over to our Times Square camera. Just a reminder, if you haven't yet, you can subscribe to our page. As you can see, we cover anything from breaking news to top stories and of course live events that happen across the country. We stream 13 hours a day, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. Arizona time to 10 p.m. Arizona time. So all you have to do is subscribe to us. That way you can stay up to date on all the news that happens from coast to coast. I'm going to be continuing on here for this next hour left here together, hour and 9 minutes if you want to be exact. I'm going to be playing a few news items that had happened earlier in the day when we were giving you that impeachment hearing. Some of the things that I'm going to be bringing to you includes the Florida First Lady is starting a new awareness campaign to educate kids about the risks of drugs and vaping. Lyft has a new lawsuit coming their way from San Francisco. They're being sued by 20 new women, allegedly saying that they are sexual assault and some even said rape victims. So we do have that press conference coming up for you in just a few minutes. Going to get a few things ready here to continue on with our regular news that has happened here across the country. Thanks again, guys, for being here with us on News Now.
Who Lyft has driving their cars. I was left physically beaten, bruised, and cut, as well as emotionally scarred that night. The fear of walking into a house and asking for help will never leave me. The police took me to the station, and I told them what happened. At no point was I notified by Lyft that this man was taken off of the platform. My Lyft driver recently pled guilty to rape and is serving a jail sentence. Lyft gave him the opportunity to do this to me. In several years, he will be free again, and I fear he will be able to work for Lyft or Uber. For me, it's a different story. In 2 years and for the rest of my life, I'll be living with the painful consequences of what Lyft's failure for care and safety. Before he went behind bars, my rapist was brazen enough to remove his ankle bracelet while he was awaiting trial. When your rapist knows where you live and is not in jail, it leaves even the strongest with the fear of what will happen to them. It leads to panic attacks, and it leads to the inability to trust. And it leads to days where I just wish I could curl up and never leave the house. But just like I fought back against the Lyft rapist, I'm fighting back against Lyft, and I'm pushing myself to regain control of my life. I'm scared, I'm sad, and I'm angry. I'm furiously passionate about preventing this from happening to any other rider. Sexual assault is preventable, and Lyft needs to try a lot harder to make their rideshare safe, because right now it's not. I'm here today because I want to join other women to force Lyft into making the changes necessary to protect their passengers. I'm urging all women and men who have been sexually violated by Lyft drivers to join me and please step forward. For those of you that have children, wives, mothers, friends, please think about this incident I just spoke about and what your loved ones would have done. How would they have gotten out alive? Together we can force this company to make the changes necessary to keep both passengers and drivers safe. As we're in the holiday season, I would advise passengers to avoid taking Lyft alone or at night at all costs. Take a taxi cab instead. If you do choose to take a Lyft, understand the risks that Lyft is putting you in.
Next, I'd like to introduce Ashley and Joe. Ashley and Joe are lifelong sweethearts from Los Angeles, California. Ashley was assaulted by her Lyft driver just a few months ago on September 26th of this year. The driver is now in jail awaiting prosecution. Ashley and Joe, meanwhile, are trying to heal from this horrific assault that has turned their lives upside down. You will hear that Ashley's Lyft driver kidnapped her, and not only kidnapped her, but kidnapped her in front of her husband. So he too has been emotionally scarred by Lyft's failure to take safety seriously. They're telling their story here today to let Lyft know in unequivocal terms that changes must be made to make their passengers safe.
My husband and I met in Hawaii during the holidays of 1999. It was instantly love at first sight. We moved to California together for college, and over the past 20 years, we have always been together. The best day of our lives was when we got married last year in Hawaii. Our families joined together for a beautiful ceremony that officially united our love. It is his love and support that's been helping me cope with what happened on that horrible night. I went out after work for a little celebration, but I hadn't eaten much that day, and soon I was feeling tipsy. That's why one of my girlfriends called Lyft to give me a ride home. She thought I'd be safe. My friend also called my husband to let him know what time to expect me. I must have fallen asleep because I don't really remember much of the ride. But when I came to, the driver told me I was pretty. He asked if I was married, and I said, yes, I'm married, and I held out my hand to show him my wedding ring. Then I guess I fell asleep again because the next thing I knew, the driver was on top of me, trying to put his tongue in my mouth, and he was kissing and touching me. I remember just trying to lift my hands up and push him off, and I said, get off of me, I have to go. And then suddenly something happened, and he jumped out to the front seat. I was so terrified. I was feeling trapped and lost. He wouldn't tell me where we were going. I threw up in his car. I later learned that my husband had called the police and given them a description of Lyft's driver. When I woke up next, it was to the sound of sirens and the flashing of police lights. My husband ran to get me. He's my hero and savior.
My wife is a hard worker, so I encouraged her to go when she said her friends asked her out after work. And I was grateful when her friend called later that night to let me know that she was being driven home by Lyft. I knew her friend was looking out for her. But as the minutes ticked by, I began to worry, so I texted her friend, who said, no, there was no reason for my wife to be delayed. In fact, her Lyft app said the driver had dropped her off 15 minutes earlier. So I was looking out the window, keeping an eye out for her, when I noticed a strange car across the street. At that point, I was relieved, thinking, finally, she's home. I went outside and was walking toward the car when a man jumped out of the back seat to the front and peeled out. As he was speeding off, I saw my wife in the back seat. I couldn't believe what was happening. A stranger had just kidnapped my wife right in front of my eyes. I immediately called the police. When I jumped in my truck and I went to find her. The police and I found her and the Lyft driver about 40 minutes later. They actually weren't very far from our apartment. I can't tell you how afraid I was. I really thought I was going to lose her. This has been a horrible ordeal. No one should ever have the love of their life snatched away like that. My entire world imploded when I saw the Lyft driver take off with my wife, to who knows where, not knowing what he had done or what he would do next. My wife and I have discussed the changes we think Lyft should make to ensure passengers are safe. First and foremost, we want all rides to be digitally recorded. We believe that if drivers know they're being recorded, that they wouldn't assault women. Also, before a driver is hired, he or she should be fingerprinted as part of their background check. Lyft needs to cooperate with police investigations. Since many drivers work for both Lyft and Uber, we'd like to see the two companies exchange information about drivers who are kicked off of their platforms. As a man, I want everyone to know that sexual assault is not just a woman's issue. It affects everyone around her. Her husband, her family, her friends. I thought Lyft was safe. They certainly say they are, but my wife was most definitely not safe. And I don't think either of us will ever be the same again. When your loved one comes to you and says they have been sexually assaulted by their ride-share driver, first you have to believe them and tell them it's not their fault. Encourage them to speak out and put the shame where it belongs, on the driver and the company that harbors these criminals. My wife did not deserve for this to happen to her. Please come forward, speak out against these shameful assaults perpetrated by ride-share drivers, and let's put an end to this violence against innocent passengers.
Mike and the victim will take your questions.
Yes.
Carl Yeager from Inside Edition. Knowing that this kind of crime is often underreported, do you have any estimates as to how widespread this is nationally in the Lyft network?
I wish we had more information about that. I know, based upon what we know in our office and the number of women that have contacted us, that the numbers are in the thousands. This isn't 100. This is several thousand women, we believe, have been assaulted. And as you said, it's a great point, is that only a small fraction of women that are assaulted come forward. And even more times when a woman has been drinking, they're less likely to report it. So we know, if the numbers we know, we've gotten calls from 100 different women since just September of this year about being assaulted. And, you know, that's 3 months. And we know that that is a small fraction of the number that have been assaulted. And this case is not just about the women that's here before me and that have had their lives devastated. It's about all women that Lyft puts at risk for driving in their cars. Yes?
Christian Cap, KTVU. Wondering if you're seeking a specific monetary amount or unspecified damages. What's the compensation?
It's unspecified damages. We're seeking a number of different damages that are available to our clients under the law. One is future medical care. One is lost earnings. One is future lost earnings. And another is pain and suffering. An interesting statistics that most people are not aware of is that they've done studies that women that suffer sexual assault, the cost to them out of pocket over their lifetime is on average $125,000. So that's just the beginning of what we believe that these women are entitled to. It's something that each one of these women have to live with every day.
As it led you in Chronicle News, how many, if any, of the survivors are from here in the Bay Area?
Anybody have an estimate of that? I know of our clients. We have several clients from the Bay Area. In this particular lawsuit, do we have any?
From California.
From California, I believe we have 4.
And did you file here because this is where Lyft is headquartered? Because some of the cases happen in various jurisdictions. Why file in San Francisco?
We filed in San Francisco because this is where Lyft is incorporated, and this is where this is where everything happens. This is where all the decisions that Lyft has made or are not made have occurred here in San Francisco.
Vic Lee from ABC 7 News. I attended your first news conference in September, was it?
Yes.
How many people do you represent now? How many defendants do you represent now? This and the first lawsuit.
Well, there's 14 people in our September lawsuit. We filed on behalf of another 20 in this lawsuit. We represent over 100 rideshare passengers that have been assaulted or raped at this time.
What has your response from Lyft been, from CNET?
Our response from Lyft has been about the same as what our clients have gotten, which is nothing. Any requests in order to try to determine. Let me first say we filed lawsuits against Lyft in order to try to get information, and we have not been very successful in getting any information yet. We're going to continue to fight, and we will eventually get it.
Any plans to include, it sounds like the lawsuits are against Lyft, any plans to include Uber or any other ride-sharing apps? Why Lyft, not Uber, I guess is my question.
There's several different reasons why this action has been filed against Lyft and not Uber. Many of them I can't go into right now. I can tell you that we filed 2 cases against Lyft. We can anticipate that we're going to file more, and we have filed some cases against Uber as well.
So can we expect more? You said you represent 100 women. Is it so we can expect more lawsuits then? You haven't actually filed on?
Yes, we will be filing more lawsuits.
Lyft has said that they've launched more than 15 new safety features in order to protect riders and drivers in the last few months, including mandatory feedback for rides, etc., and are relentless in their work to build safety in every aspect. How do you respond to that?
That statement is absurd. Lyft has used words to say we prioritize safety. We're doing this, we're doing that. But they have taken no concrete action to actually stop these assaults from occurring. If you look at the features that they are touting, many of those features in order to stop assault are that someone operates an app to dial 911 or something like that. We know that 95% of the women that are assaulted are usually asleep, and when they realize the assault's occurring, that the driver's already on top of them. How is a woman under those circumstances going to be able to operate an app? And is that going to be the first thing they're going to do? And is the perpetrator going to let them sit there while they're operating an app? We know the answers to those questions, and so does Lyft. Those things are useless. What Lyft has to do is they have to make all rides digitally recorded. If an employee knows that their employer is watching them, they're not going to be committing crimes in the car. Lyft has to also make it a policy. If we learn that a crime occurs in our car, we're going to report it to the police. It's a crime. It's that simple. Both of those 2 measures would reduce the amount of sexual assaults and rapes that occur in their cars dramatically. But they haven't done that. Lyft knows that, but they haven't done it.
I'd like to give a moment to the survivors if they want to comment on that as well.
I can tell you that any app would not have helped me. Any app feature that they have would not have helped me that night. My cell reception was low. My phone wouldn't even have picked up had I been able to get to it. So anything that they have phone-based would not have worked in my case.
They're pretty adamant about saying that they're relentless in working. We have 1 in 5 employees doing this. When I was reading that, how did that? I saw some reaction from you guys up there. Can you tell us what you were feeling?
I mean, they have 1 in 5 people working for it, but what are they doing? I mean, what are they putting a drop down for the feedback? Oh, I was raped. That's my feedback to you. And what are you going to do with it? It's absurd, and it's actually insulting. And we all know getting to your phone, like we had said, the driver's not going to let you get to your phone, and unless you're holding your phone, maybe that holding your phone itself is what's going to save you because they know they're being watched. But they're going to go after people who they think are vulnerable, and it's not right. So their app and their phone it's not going to do anything. You need a live camera, and you need to stream it, and it needs to be completely independent of a phone.
The other issue as well is when police were actually trying to look for me with my husband, they actually called Lyft, and Lyft was not helpful at all. They did not give a driver license number, a license plate number. They didn't even a name or anything. They wouldn't give the police any information.
Yeah, when I was with the police, we contacted Lyft, and they weren't helpful at all. I would assume, like everyone else, when you ride in a Lyft, you're tracked by GPS. So quickly I thought, like, okay, the police can call them. They could just track this guy and find him like that. But they called Lyft, and they wouldn't provide any information, except for the information that we already had, which was like the color of the car. No license plate or anything. And then it frustrated me. I was angry about it. And the police officer I was with, when he was talking to her on the phone, he was frustrated too.
And that shows a lot that they're not really trying to they're not trying to address those issues when there's something like that happening.
Another thing, actually, I had to contact Lyft myself to make what happened to me even aware to them 2 days later. They had no idea. They were not alerted that their driver was arrested. They were not alerted of the situation whatsoever. And I think that's pretty ridiculous.
What is,
Could I address one more thing about the app? And I'd like to say this isn't rocket science. This, rather than initiate useless customer techniques that they can do once an assault starts, why not prevent these assaults from beginning in the first place? You know how many of our clients are here today and are in our complaint that had to fight off their attacker after the assault has begun? Do you think those women still have not been traumatized and that won't have seared memories on them for the rest of their lives? No. Once an attack and an assault starts, trauma starts. And Lyft could prevent these assaults from happening rather than initiate some ridiculous feature on their app that once an assault starts, you're supposed to do X, Y, and Z.
What is Lyft's policy in regards to giving or sharing information with police in the event of an incident like this?
That's a great question. And if anybody here is aware, one of the things that the congressional subcommittee asked Lyft was, what are your policies in regard to that? And they refused to respond, which tells you something about their commitment to safety. We don't know what Lyft's policies are in regard to cooperation with the police. But what we do know is that in some cases the police have to go to get a court order in order to get information about the drivers. And we know what happened here in this case, where police are actively trying to find a woman that's been imprisoned by a Lyft driver, and Lyft doesn't provide any information to the police. So that tells you a little bit about some of their policies or lack of them.
Wondering if any of the ladies have received a response from Lyft, either an apology, a response, or an acknowledgement of what happened?
No.
Zero response from the company?
No.
Zero response?
No email, no apology, no callback, no nothing.
In fact, they when my friend contacted Lyft, they said that the driver will be taken out of their platform, but currently the profile looks exactly the same.
So your driver's profile is still on?
Yes. So we have no idea. And he was actually released from jail 4 days after the incident. So we don't know.
And you will also see in our complaint talks about women that were told by Lyft that the driver was taken off the platform, and yet they see them driving in a Lyft vehicle sometime after.
We can't hear you if you're that far away from the mic. I'm sorry, what did you say?
One of the things you can read about in our complaint is the fact that some of our clients were told by Lyft after their assault or rape that that particular driver was being taken off the app and off the platform, but they later saw those drivers in Lyft vehicles still driving.
You have a number of survivors as well who the police weren't involved with this. This is many of the stories up here are the police were involved at the end. Can you tell us about those survivors as well? Do you want to hear?
That are not here
Right.
in front of me?
Well, in terms of the ones who didn't have police involvement in here or were the police didn't come like right away, or they were trying to get information afterwards?
Well, I mean, one of the problems that we have in these cases, and that the police has in these cases, is we're not able to get information from Lyft. Many of you have sent me messages today asking me, well, can you give me the full name of this driver that was involved in this incident? Well, we don't know the full name of the driver. Our clients want to know the full names of those drivers. Many of our clients that are part of this lawsuit want to go to court to get a restraining order because they fear for their life that this driver knows where they live, and they want to be sure that this driver knows that they're not allowed to go near them. They try to get a restraining order, ask the information from Lyft. Lyft doesn't give them any information. And, you know, we know that the experiences of the police are very similar. I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, so I'm a victim advocate, and I've heard more of these stories than you would ever want to, and they never get easier to hear. And I want to add that, you know, some women do not feel comfortable coming forward to the police because once you've been violated by not just a person, but an entity, Lyft, something you are paying for to get you somewhere safely. Once you've been violated by someone you thought you should trust, it's not a very comforting feeling when then you feel like you have to go retell a story to another entity or agency who might not take it seriously, especially if you've been sexually assaulted before and have had negative experiences with police. So it's a very, very personal choice to report to the police, so you will see several stories in the lawsuit about women who decided not to come forward because, again, it is a personal choice.
And I'll add one more thing about the police investigations, is that oftentimes our clients report that they've been groped or they've been sexually assaulted, and they report it to the police, and the police sit on it because they say they don't have any evidence. Well, now, if Lyft videotaped or audio recorded what goes on in the cars, would that be happening? Mm-hmm. Clearly, it would not be. The police would have that information, and sexual predators would be able to be taken out of these vehicles and off the street. But that's just not what's happening right now.
To what degree does Lyft do background checks on its drivers to ascertain risk?
Lyft, well, another interesting question. We know that Lyft does background checks, and we hear what they say that they do on their website. What we also know is that people with criminal backgrounds are driving for Lyft. So the extent of the criminal background checks are unknown. We do know that the most foolproof way to do background checks is with fingerprinting, and Lyft refuses to do that.
We're going to go ahead and cut right now. I've got a couple of the women here that need to take a flight. I know that some of you might want some one-on-one.
Lady Casey DeSantis. I apologize.
Listen,
it's hard to say.
It's hard to say.
I apologize.
Thank you, Principal. I appreciate you being here, and gosh, I want to say thank you to so many great people who showed up today and for being here and being part of this announcement. So I think it's no surprise that across the state and the nation, we continue to see just a sickening number of drug overdoses and drug-related deaths. Nationwide in 2017, if you can believe it, there were more than 70,000 people who died from drug-related overdose. More than 5,000 people here in Florida. That's 14 people a day. So we've been thinking, what can we do? How can we work together? What can we do to prevent this tragedy from really happening in the first place? And so one way that we can do this is to start thinking about starting early. I believe that we owe it to our children to empower them with the facts surrounding drug abuse and abuse, to be able to allow them to pursue a bright and promising future. So that's why today we are launching a new initiative, and it's called the Facts Your Future Drug Prevention Campaign, and really doubling down on statewide efforts to educate our kids about the dangers of drug abuse. And I'm honored to be teaming up, as you can see, with a pretty incredible lineup of some pretty powerful people who are going to be putting the resources and time and energy into this initiative. And our great Attorney General, Ashley Moody, who is chair of the statewide opioid task force, a leading voice in holding drug dealers accountable for the pain that they've inflicted on society, on families, and a mom, too, of an elementary school student. And so she knows firsthand how important it is to educate our kids about drugs. The Commissioner of Education, Richard Corcoran, who is a father of 6, whose team has really worked tirelessly to make this initiative a priority. Our Surgeon General, Dr. Scott Rivkees, who is joining us, who is really using the science and the data to best help drive this conversation. The Secretary of the Department of Children and Families, Chad Popple, whose agency delivers substance abuse services across the state and who I know personally is committed to making sure that kids are getting the support that they need. And of course, here in Seminole County, Sheriff Lima, who is truly committed to making a difference by laying out a bold vision and getting things done. So what is the Facts Your Future campaign, and what is this really comprised of? And it is 2 main parts to start. First, it's about the facts, and I think that's important that we talk about the facts behind drug abuse. It's driven by science and statistics because we want to give the students the facts about drug abuse so that they are empowered to be able to make the right decisions. Through an assembly format, by utilizing evidence-based best practices, we will bring together key stakeholders who each bring context and perspective to the table. So from a peer who has struggled with addiction, to a recovering addict, to a mother who has lost a loved one to drug abuse, to a law enforcement perspective, to medical personnel who can show the indisputable science behind what drugs do to the body. We want our children, again, to be empowered with the knowledge of the facts about drug abuse. We'll be releasing a toolkit to the district so that they can utilize this information and so that they can meet their statutory requirements and also the reporting that they're now required to do as of this summer with the State Board of Education. And additionally, another component of this is we'll be launching a public service announcement video contest statewide for middle and high school students. And we'll be having more than $30,000 in cash prizes to the winners. And we'll be giving those details very quickly to the school districts so they can announce them to their students and faculty. At the end of the day, this really is just about saving lives, about educating the students with the knowledge of what we know about vaping, about nicotine, alcohol, so that they can make the right decisions. And you have some pretty incredible people who are behind me who are going to have the opportunity to speak about this, but who are committed to this mission as well. And I want to say it's with a big thanks, too, that we have the Attorney General who is joining us, who is committed to seeing this initiative through. She is also committed to going statewide to visiting these schools firsthand, as am I. But her lending her powerful voice to this, I think, is extremely important. So it's with pleasure I introduce the Attorney General, Ashley Moody.
Thank you, my friend. Well, good afternoon, and thank you so much for all of you that are here and lending attention to this important cause. You know, when Ron DeSantis was traveling the state, if you listened to him for a moment, you knew that he was going to be active and engaged and hands-on in tackling the tough issues that we face in Florida, especially as it related to our children. And if you spent a moment with Casey DeSantis, you wanted him to win because you knew that we would get a dynamic First Lady. And I'm telling you, when I first met her, we spent a long time talking about children and how they are vulnerable in Florida to very, very difficult, dangerous issues, whether it's being entrapped in the horrific crime of human trafficking, whether it's dealing with mental health issues or drug issues. She was passionate and engaged, and I knew on day one she would not stop until she made a dent in some of these difficult issues. And today is a perfect example of that playing out as a reality. I cannot thank her enough for lending her time, talent, energy to this critical cause. Children are especially vulnerable to addiction because not only are they young and impressionable and trying to identify who they are and what's important to them and what makes sense in this world, their brains are still being formed until they are 25 years old. And because of this, if they are approached or exposed to an addictive substance, they are more likely to use that substance if they do not have the facts. Facts are our secret weapon to battling the addiction that has gripped our children across the state. Last year, we lost 11 children to opioid overdose deaths in Florida. That cannot be. And we are all here today partnering to stop it. As Attorney General, I will continue to aggressively go after addiction in the state, whether from vaping to opioid abuse, because I know that to protect our children, the only way we can do that is to empower them with knowledge. The Facts, Your Future, this campaign that we are launching today is a first step in that battle of knowledge. And so it is with great appreciation that I see so many people here today, especially those in the media that can help us get this word out. It is not easy as teachers, as coaches, as parents to talk about drugs with children. My son overheard me talking to a staff member about a report that reflected the number of deaths that had just come out. And he asked me about what it meant. And as the Attorney General who talks about drugs and overdose and the effect on the young brain and the dangers that that has, I found myself at a loss for words, how to talk to my own child. And so this campaign, The Facts, Your Future, will help everyone in the schools, will help parents, will help community members tackle that somewhat overwhelming task of communicating the dangers of drugs to our children. So thank you so much for being here today. It is my great honor to introduce the next speaker, who...
All right, guys, I am going to turn away from that because we do have breaking news coming out of California. What started as a chase now looks like it could be a possible pursuit on foot. Working on getting more details, but what I did hear was that there was a police pursuit, then this vehicle crashed, and the driver may have taken off on foot. So going to get you those details right here on News Now. All right, guys, so the information that I did have from that, as you can see, helicopter leaving the scene. A wanted suspect that was being pursued by sheriffs was in a small pursuit. That suspect did end up crashing the car, taking off on foot, but deputies had set up a perimeter and did catch him about a block away from where that accident had happened. That person is in custody now. He was the only person in the car, and that incident was at 253rd and Vermont. Now they're heading off back to fuel up their helicopter so that they can continue to go on to other news items that may pop up here in the California area. To continue on, we do have about 30 minutes left here together. I want to go to our Capitol tree lighting. That happened earlier today, and we deserve some happy, beautiful news. Let's go take a look at that tree outside of Capitol Hill here on News Now.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the 55th Annual Christmas Tree Lighting Ceremony here at the United States Capitol. My name is Tom Carroll. I'm the acting architect of the Capitol and honored to join you for this event. Tonight, as we celebrate the spirit of the season, let's take a moment to reflect on the tradition of a Christmas tree here at the United States Capitol. It all began in 1964 when Speaker of the House John McCormick suggested a decorated tree. By 1970, the Forest Service began providing the Capitol Christmas tree from one of America's national forests. This year, from the land of enchantment, a blue spruce serves as the 2019 Capitol Christmas tree, thanks to the Carson National Forest in New Mexico. The tree was delivered right before Thanksgiving, and then our dedicated architect of the Capitol team went to work. They decorated the tree with thousands of LED lights, ornaments made by kids of all ages from New Mexico, and doesn't it look absolutely amazing? It is a pleasure to welcome all of our distinguished guests this evening, our Capitol Hill neighbors, and those of you who are visiting from our nation's capital. We are so happy you braved the cold to celebrate this most wonderful time of the year at the United States Capitol. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chief Vicki Christensen of the U.S. Forest Service.
Good evening. On behalf of the United States Department of Agriculture and the U.S. Forest Service. You know, each year, the Capitol Christmas tree comes to us from a different state and from a different national forest. And as you've heard, this year, the people of New Mexico from the Carson National Forest brought us this beautiful 60-foot tall blue spruce. This tree is called the People's Tree, and for good reason. It reminds us that even in a nation as diverse as the United States, we are one American people. We share a unique history, unique values, and a homeland that remains the envy of the world, including the millions of acres of forest lands that contribute so much to each one of us. This tree embodies that same American spirit of national unity. It began with the citizens of New Mexico who joined together to collect and create over 11,000 decorations for this tree and smaller companion trees throughout the Capitol and government offices. This tree traveled all the way from northern New Mexico, involving many different people of all ages, from all walks of life, with events in many different communities, with celebrations along the way. until finally reaching us here in our nation's capital. Indeed, the entire journey from the selection of the tree to its arrival here in Washington, D.C. reminds us of what we can accomplish when we unite in a common purpose. If we work together to sustain our nation's forests and produce trees like this for generations to come. This partnership that brought us this tree is a model for our nation. So on behalf of the Forest Service and all the partners and volunteers who brought us this tree, I wish you season's greetings. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Ben Ray Lujan, Assistant Speaker of the United States House of Representatives and representing the 3rd Congressional District of New Mexico.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. Buenas noches y bienvenidos. It's quite an honor to be with you all tonight, and I'm thrilled to be here for the 2019 lighting of the Capitol Christmas tree. I'm excited to be joined by Speaker Nancy Pelosi, by my colleagues from New Mexico, Senators Tom Udall and Senator Heinrich, Congresswoman Deb Haaland and Xochitl Torres Small. Tonight, we share a piece of New Mexico in front of the United States Capitol building. For the New Mexicans in the crowd and watching from home tonight, this is a special, special night for us as we share a little bit of the land of enchantment with the United States of America. Even the tree skirt reflects New Mexico. The Zia symbol is decorated with luminarias and farolitos, red and green chili, the yucca plant, and our iconic hot air balloons. Decorated with hundreds of ornaments handcrafted by New Mexicans, this 60-foot spruce from the Carson National Forest will be seen by hundreds and thousands of visitors from around the world. Already, Americans across the country have gotten a glimpse of the Capitol Christmas tree during its 2-week journey across 30 communities. In New Mexico, our communities and friends would gather in their neighborhoods, excited to share such an integral part of our state, a tree grown from our cherished public lands. This holiday and every holiday are a time for us to come together, to give thanks. And I'm thankful to be here with each and every one of you on this joyous occasion. Tonight, with the help of all of you, we will light the Capitol Christmas tree, ring in the holidays, and celebrate the beautiful diversity of our country. Thank you so very much. Muchísimas gracias, and enjoy the holidays.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Tom Udall, United States Senator from New Mexico.
Thank you. And let's thank all the New Mexicans that have traveled all across the country to be here. Let's hear a big cheer. Speaker Pelosi, we're honored to have you join us this evening. New Mexico is immensely honored that this year's Capitol Christmas tree, the People's Tree, comes from our state. From the land of enchantment, now enchanting the entire nation. This 68-year-old magnificent 60-foot blue spruce has traveled 2,000 miles across the nation, from the Carson National Forest in northern New Mexico to our nation's capital. The Carson boasts some of the finest mountain scenery in the nation, with rugged mountains and peaks covered with pinon, juniper, aspen, and of course, spruce right behind me. For almost 50 years, our national forests have provided the tree that stands tall on the Capitol lawn during the holiday season. From Green Mountain National Forest in Vermont to Chippewa National Forest in Minnesota to Klamath National Forest in California, evergreens from our public lands have stood here as a symbol of warmth, a symbol of giving, and the bounty of this great nation. As we delight in the beauty of the tree before us, let us appreciate the beauty and majesty of our public lands. Let us recommit ourselves to protecting our natural heritage. This tree from New Mexico now brings light to the nation's capital, lighting the nation with values that New Mexicans hold dear: love, diversity, and a celebration of one another. This is a time of celebration for many traditions: Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, Christmas. New Mexico is a proud multicultural state. Our diversity does not divide us, it defines us. It is our strength. We are enriched by the traditions of many cultures: Farolitos, Illuminarios, depending on which part of the state you hail from. These paper lanterns twinkle along our adobe walls and pathways at night. Native American pueblos celebrate feast days with magical and mesmerizing dances. The music of mariachis fill the air. In our state, we honor the Zia symbol on our flag. The symbol represents our perfect friendship among united cultures. Let's take that in, our perfect friendship among united cultures. As we look upon this great tree, a tree rooted in our great state, let us all remember the strength we achieve when all cultures, races, religions, and people in our nation are united.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Chevelle Shepard, native of Farmington, New Mexico, and winner of Season 15 of The Voice.
Have yourself a merry little Christmas. Let your heart be light. From now on, our troubles will be out of sight. Have yourself a merry little Christmas. Make the Yuletide gay. From now on, our troubles will be miles away. Here we are as in olden days, happy golden days of yore. Faithful friends who are dear to us, gather near to us once more. Through the years we...
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Michelle Lujan Grisham, Governor of New Mexico.
Good evening, everyone. What an incredible honor it is today to celebrate with everyone who is here today to witness the magic of the season, the strength and courage, literally the land of enchantment as we share this beautiful tree, as you've heard, right out of the Carson National Forest. And I also want to give my personal thanks to the dozens of businesses who traveled here, who provided food and warmth and goods and really showcased the best of New Mexico. Because in fact, this is what the Christmas and holiday season is about. Reuniting with your family, sharing, and I'm sharing my family, and you're allowing me to do that today. All of our own unique traditions, family spirit, recommitting ourselves to the kind of quality of life and courage that makes a difference in the lives of every single American, certainly every single New Mexican, and being back on the Hill today to witness with you and to share in this incredible celebration and tradition is one of the highlights of my first year as governor. I want to thank everybody who's come today. I want to thank Chevelle Shepard for inspiring us. I want to thank the delegation for their incredible work. And while I'm up here, I want to thank the incredible speaker for including me in the program today. Thank you all so very much. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the United States House of Representatives.
Good evening, everyone. Isn't it an enchanting evening? Thank you, New Mexico, for making it so, from the land of enchantment to charming Washington with this beautiful, beautiful tree. Isn't it perfectly symmetrical? Did you ever see such a tall tree be so even and decorated by, as the architect said, with ornaments made by children of all ages, reflecting the beautiful diversity of New Mexico. Thank you, Thomas Carroll, for making tonight's festivities so special. And thank you to Vicki Christensen, Chief of the U.S. Forest Service, for your leadership to bring this beautiful tree, well-traveled, to the Capitol. And tonight we were blessed with Chevelle's beautiful singing. Wasn't that wonderful? Just by hearing her voice, our troubles were very far away. And we thank the U.S. Army Brass Quintet for their beautiful music this evening. So, and that's an applause line, right? What an honor it is for all of us to welcome the governor of New Mexico, our former colleague, back to the Capitol. It took an enormously tall, heavy tree with many ornaments coming here to get her back. But nonetheless, we take great pride in her service in the Congress and great pride in her governorship of New Mexico. And to be here with Assistant Speaker Ben Ray Lujan, thank you, Mr. Lujan, for your leadership from New Mexico. And two of our members of Congress, Xochitl Torres Small, a member of our freshman class, as well as Deb Holland. Now, let me just say, when the chief of the Park Service, Christensen, was speaking about our beautiful parklands, I was thinking, isn't it wonderful that Deb Holland, one of the first Native American women to ever serve in the Congress, is, as a freshman, the chair of the Public Lands Subcommittee of the Natural Resources Committee. How perfect for New Mexico with so many public lands. Tom Udall, a former colleague in the House, of whom we're very proud, in the United States Senate as well. And our other senator, Senator Martin Heinrich, another former member of the House. We thank him for his tremendous leadership. We take great pride in his representation in the Senate of New Mexico. And we're very proud of the contributions that we have made to the United States Senate from the House of Representatives from New Mexico. Pretty soon we will be turning on the light, and I'm standing between that and you right now. However, I do have a few things to say and welcome you to the Capitol. The thousands of ornaments that adorn the branches, as has been said by my colleague Mr. Lujan and by Mr. Senator, I should say, the Senator Udall, represent the beautiful diversity of New Mexico and therefore of our nation. From Carson National Forest, we know that nearly 30 towns in 7 states, countless families shared their wishes with the tree as it made its journey to the Capitol. This season, we give thanks for our many blessings and delight in the excitement of our children's faces as we light the Capitol tree. And 2 of them, Avery and Jasmine, who are here with the governor, will be with us as we do that. So again, it's an honor to be with all of you on this happy, happy occasion where our troubles are so far away, where we welcome the New Mexico delegation, thank them for making this possible. Now, we have a very special guest who has a very special responsibility. Asher Dean, a 4th grader from Aurora Seco, New Mexico, who won an essay contest to do the honors for us this evening, and we are honored by his presence. He is going to light the tree on behalf of all of America's children. Asher, will you join us? Madam Governor, will you join us here? Thank you. Let's hear it for Asher. Asher won a contest in order to light this tree. Are you ready for the lights? Asher, are you ready? Okay. Let's count down. 5, is that it? 4, 3, 2, 1. Yay!
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Thomas J. Carroll III, acting architect of the Capitol.
So thank you very much for coming to tonight's ceremony and joining Speaker Pelosi, the New Mexico delegation, Governor Lujan Grisham, the Forest Service, the United States Army Band, Chevelle Shepherd, and Young Asher in lighting the Christmas tree. The tree will be lit each evening through New Year's Day. After the ceremony concludes, we will welcome you to take a closer look at this beautiful tree. Come on up and take many pictures if you'd like. Please enjoy a safe and joyous evening. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And thank you to everyone who is with us here on News Now. What a beautiful sight to see. I just love watching all the lights be plugged in across the United States. Mine even got plugged in today, so I'll have to take some pictures of our holiday decorations, share them with you guys tomorrow. But I'm going to be getting things ready to shut it down for tonight. We have brought you so much breaking news here today. Not only did we have those impeachment hearings, but we also had the shooting down in Hawaii. We also talked about that lawsuit against Lyft. And if you feel like you missed anything, you can always go right back onto our YouTube page. You can either look at the video clips or rewatch the whole stream. We have it all on our Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube page. As I mentioned, gonna get ready to shut things down here in just a few minutes. I'll say goodbye before I close it down for the night. All right, guys, thanks again so much for spending the day here with us on News Now. Just a reminder, we are going to be right back here opening things up. Our News Now stream kicks off at 9 a.m. tomorrow with Mike Page. Hope you guys have a great rest of your night or early morning if you're joining us from the other side. Have a good night, guys. See you tomorrow.